Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome. Do join us. Welcome wherever you are, here at the Gare Maritime or out there online somewhere in the world. Thank you for being here, for joining us for this new European Bauhaus Festival. My name is Annelies. This is Thursday, day one of the new European Bauhaus Festival. 4 days packed with discussions, ideas and discoveries, with opportunities to get to know one another, to exchange ideas, to involve people in your projects or be asked to be involved in other people's projects perhaps. A festival not only taking place here in Brussels, but in true European fashion in many, many places across the European Union, in a polyphonic way, looking at the central questions from different perspectives and realities. Later this morning, we will make a true Europe vision grand tour, so to speak. We will be plugging into activities and discussions in North and South, in East and West. In Rome, Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, will answer questions about the relevance and importance for the EU and for its citizens of this kind of festival at this point in time. Especially at this point in time. Because it may feel strange, I don't know if you share this feeling, or awkward, wrong maybe, to talk about beauty, sustainability, togetherness when a war is being waged on European soil. It can trigger conflicting and complicated feelings, poignantly phrased by the Ukrainian poet Ilya Kaminsky when he writes, "We, forgive us, were happy during the war." Still, maybe coming together and discussing the role of culture and craftsmanship, of innovation and research, of what a just and fair society looks like and how it is to be achieved, is an act of resistance against destruction, against war in its own way. Just as the original Bauhaus came into existence on the ruins of the First World War, exploring new ways to shape society, both in terms of new technologies, humanistic ideals, and practical ways of organizing life, through architecture and design as well. Just like the original Bauhaus, this new European Bauhaus aims to create an agora, a safe zone to lay the groundwork for the best that we humans have to offer. Here, today, at the Gare Maritime, a number of panel discussions will be held about the new European Bauhaus and about cities on the front line of the green transition. From 4 o'clock onwards, however, you are also very welcome to join us at the Mont des Arts, the Kunstberg, to experience all that is basically soul food and joyous, both musically and artistically speaking, as well as in shape of workshops. There will also be specialists present, architects, scientists, you name it, at the cutting edge of their field, sharing their innovative and groundbreaking ideas with you for a future-proof life on Earth. Now, however, our first panel discussion. It will be about boundaries. Boundaries come in many shapes and forms these days. They may be physical, they may be spatial, they may be mental, especially with regard, again, to cities. For the opening move, so to speak, Stefano Boeri has accepted our invitation. He's an architect and professor at the Politecnico di Milano in Italy, and he will set the stage for the discussion in a short speech. And you may know Professor Boeri as the creator of the vertical forest in Milano. It's only one of his innovative calling cards. He's a man thinking about, among many other things, how cities and its citizens can be made to breathe in an ever more crowded world. He should be appearing Professor Boeri,
Hello.
very nice
Hello.
to see you. The stage is all yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, thanks for inviting me. I think it's such an important event, and I'd love to start with some thoughts about the Bauhaus culture, the Bauhaus tradition, the Bauhaus origin. So I think we have to really work trying to study how Bauhaus was important in the history of European culture. And as a president of the Triennale of Milano, who is an institution who was born in 1923, so we know well how the production of objects, the production of furniture, it's the result of the combination of, let's say, the capacity to take a risk of the entrepreneurs, the ability to innovate and to produce an aesthetic value from a community of creative people, and the demands and the requests that are coming from our societies, from our communities. Triennale, like Bauhaus, is now and was an amazing collection, an amazing atlas of innovation that are, in a way, sum up in this series of objects that have a symbolic value and not only a functional value. This is, for instance, something that we all know. It's a lamp produced by the Castiglione brothers in 1962. And if you observe this lamp, it's a simple combination of three things: lamp, steel pipe, and the marble piece. But we know how much this simple addition of three elements has in reality multiplied the value and the character and the functionality of a lamp. So that's simply to the idea that sometimes to produce innovation, to produce an acceleration innovation, it's enough to put together things that, when put together, are in condition to create a sudden jump toward the future. Bauhaus was that. Bauhaus was at the same time a school open to a city in the south and then in Berlin. Was a lab, was a laboratory where young people, students, researchers, teachers were coming and work, learning from doing. That was one of the lectures coming from Hans Meyer, for instance, and from Walter Gropius. But Bauhaus was also a school. And I think we should go back and study some of the profile of the main protagonists of the Bauhaus school, like Johannes Eaton. Eaton was an innovator in the methodology of teaching, was an amazing pedagogist, and who was a person who was, let's say, demonstrating that an open school is something which can really revolutionize our way of thinking. Thanks to Bauhaus, thanks to its newness to the dimension of teaching, we had in the last century different experiences. And I think we could and we should start now talking about schools. I believe that open schools that are open 24 hours a day, 360 days a year, to all the generation, to all the culture, could become in Europe, could become in our countries, the epicenters of this new meeting, new encounter between community of practices, communities of creative people, and community of entrepreneurs. I really believe that this is one of the things we have to do. And for instance, I show you what we are doing in Tirana, Albania, where we are now designing, realizing 23 schools that have this character. These are schools open to everybody. So at the ground floor of the schools, you have the bookstore, you have the library, you have leisure for sport, you have all the leisure that are used by the district all around. And this concept of open school is very important. It's something that we experienced in 2008 also in Torino, when Torino was a capital of world design. And we have put together in that case a list of community of practices, a list of community of people that had a request, then a list of community of creatives, of designers that were, let's say, available to produce an idea, a formal idea, a prototype, studying the request of the community of practices, and then a list of companies of, let's say, entrepreneurs that were, let's say, available to realize a prototype, putting together the demand coming from the community of practice and the amazing, let's say, knowledge and technical skills that came from the community of creative people. So if I should describe what is a community of creative, which is in a way the real issue coming from the Bauhaus experience, I would say it's a combination of these three factors: a community of practice, a community of designers, and a community of entrepreneurs. And I think that, and this is in what was this amazing experience in Torino, it was the beginning of the vision of the system of startups that are working now and that are producing with very copyright the result of this thing. But the same kind of attitude we should also use in other field. And you know that I'm, let's say, working long time on urban forestry. I'm working on this kind of, let's say, green obsession. This is one of the character of what we do. And starting from the vertical forest experience in Milano. That's another very important point that is part of the European Bauhaus, let's say, plans and programs. We know well that when we talk about make European cities greener, we are not simply talking about green buildings. It's a larger spectrum of initiatives and projects that we have to develop together. But it's very important to understand that also in this case is not about, let's say, on the skin some targets, some objects, some tools, but it's to combine the practice of people, the idea of creative people, and the capacity of taking risks as entrepreneurs. This is a vertical forest that we have just realized in Eindhoven, in Holland, and this is a social housing vertical forest. And what makes this building so important, in my opinion, is that it's a green building, but it's a building affordable for everybody. And it's a building that is now used by a community of young researchers, a community of students that is, let's say, designing by themselves every part of the apartment of this social housing building, creating themselves a larger community. So that's another demonstration of what we could do when we talk about make our cities greener, starting from architecture, but the same kind of attitude we should develop also when we talk about forestation. This is, for instance, the project that we have developed in Milano to plant 3 million of trees in Milano by 2030. I think that also in that case, how we involve local communities in the idea of planting and in the maintenance of plants, it's another very important issue that we should understand how to define also in other part of Europe and sector. A third element that I'd love to bring to your attention, it's about the concept of reconstruction, which is a concept that is so crucial now. And just to start to talk about that, I'd love to go back to something that was happening in Italy in 2016. You know that Central Italy was hit by a very strong and dramatic earthquake. And when we were being involved in the reconstruction of Amatrice, for instance, of Norcia, or the other amazing historical center destroyed by the earthquake, we immediately understood the unique way to do that was to put together the local communities, a community of creative people, and the community of entrepreneurs. And exactly what the result of, for instance, was for Amatrice, that we were reconstructing part of of the restaurant and the community of Tito standing and creating this kind of new settlement done completely by wooden and timber panels and completely self-sufficient, but always involving the local community people. And just to conclude, I think that what we have to do now is to, let's say, observe what is happening and what could happen in Ukraine. In July 13, and we have decided to, let's say, promote a pavilion, an Ukraine pavilion. We started 3 months ago with a series of meetings in Triennale Milano, and we had the last meeting was in Ukraine last week. But also in this case, I think that the point for Triennale and the point for all of us is to understand how we can involve the local communities in Ukraine to develop this kind of amazing project, how we can, let's say, combine these three components also in this dramatic context. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very, very much, Professor Boeri, for your insights and your suggestions, your ideas, your inspiration. Ladies and gentlemen, by now you should have figured out that this is a silent conference, so you all have earplugs that allows you to hear what's going on stage, but also what our remote speakers are saying. Very important. I should have mentioned it before, but you seem like very intelligent people who figured it out by now, so happy to see that. I promised you discussion, panel discussions. That's what we're going to do right now. So up to the next segment.
Hold up. Pickable, I see you. Pickable, I see you.
Welcome, welcome. 3 guests. Let me introduce you very briefly in the middle. Johannes Hahn, welcome. You're European Commissioner for Budget and Administration. Juri Sumi, representative and spokesperson of the World Green Infrastructure Network, quite a mouthful. And Sorcha Edwards, welcome to you too, Secretary General of Housing Europe. Maybe I should start by asking each one of you to explain a bit more about what you're doing and what the new European Bauhaus means to you. Commissioner Hahn, to begin with you, would you say you're one of the funders of the new European Bauhaus?
Well, it was the initiative of our president. Maybe that's why she referred to the Bauhaus, which was originally created or established once in Berlin. But I'm here because I'm in charge for our real estate policy. We have just adopted a couple of months ago our new strategy, our new policy for the next decade. It's for the first time that we took such a decision, and of course we will follow this Bauhaus philosophy in trying to implement the ideas, the principles. But I have to say we are not starting from the scratch. We have already started in 2005 to introduce elements which we would consider today as elements of the Bauhaus model. It's very much about greening our buildings, creating more energy efficiency, less CO2 emissions, etc. So we were rather successful already, but more has to be done. But it's not only about, from my perspective, the greening of buildings. It's also about participating in the urban planning, being part of it. Brussels is, in particular, often considered a city separated in 2 parts, traditional Brussels and the European quarter. And now, together with the authorities of the region, of the city, we try to be much more included, because we understand this is also part of our Bauhaus philosophy, not to be separated from the real life, so to say.
There's a lot to unpack there. We will in the next hour, but I remember from what you're saying that the European Union doesn't want to be a Fremdkörper within the Brussels context. So, Jure Sumi, tell us more about the World Green Infrastructure Network. What are you about?
Well, it's an association, NGO, which combines roughly 30 national associations which are really focusing on green infrastructure. So greening the buildings, greening the cities in the urban, really dense areas. So our purpose, or we are a supporter to the regulators and legislators to teach them why the green infrastructure is...
Use this one?
Yes.
Why this infrastructure is important. We see quite a lot that politicians do not have all the knowledge, and we have. So we have the knowledge from the local association and from the people, because we do a lot of small green projects around the world where we involve people. We ask people, what to do, like, students, what they would want to do during the renovation of school. And we are doing a lot of work also with the European Joint Research Center. So we are supporting them on researches which will prove that green infrastructure is not a cost, but it's a benefit. I think this is our key point to do.
We'll go into that more, but I want to bring in Sorcha Edwards. Housing Europe. I think you should be fine with your microphone, but
okay.
if not, then you can use that one.
Yes. Thank you very much. It's really wonderful to be here today. Since the Bauhaus came along as the new kid on the European bloc, we've really welcomed the spirit, beautiful, sustainable together, because it actually goes to the heart of Housing Europe. And in fact, my job is partly done already to introduce the organization, because Professor Bueri, I hope I pronounce it correctly,
Yes.
When he showed this vertical forest in Eindhoven, that's actually managed by one of the organizations that we bring together in our network here in Brussels. So it's a social housing organization, but there are 43,000 of those all over the EU. Perhaps not all of them are pushing the frontiers as quickly as that one in Eindhoven. But indeed, this is what Housing Europe is doing. We're bringing together all of those local, social, public and cooperative housing providers, and bringing their vision to produce and to work with the European legislators for better financing, I mean good company, better regulation and better information around housing. And
Housing
I think,
specifically for people who don't have big budgets, who are vulnerable in that way, or not necessarily?
So that's a very good question. And I would just like to bring out the term together a little bit more, because actually what we are finding is that the housing situation has become more and more difficult for not just what might be termed low-income groups, but because incomes and rents and price of housing are really diverging across Europe, we really see that housing is a collective issue and something that can't be left just to each individual to solve their own housing situation. So this is why we really welcome this spirit of togetherness, because I think it's a societal question that we have to look at together and not leave people isolated in their housing problem. So this issue of which groups are dealt with, it really
it pertains to all of us, is what you're saying.
Indeed, actually, yes, we are all vulnerable at the moment because of the rising prices, and now we see. We mentioned the situation in Ukraine as well. We see that our systems are having great difficulties being able to welcome those vulnerable people in a right way. So you never know who will be vulnerable. So our idea is to have systems that focus on this, finding this solution to the system approach that can cater for all of us.
Can you pass the microphone to
Yes.
Mr.
No problem.
Sumi, please? But because, Mr. Sumi, that is an idea that has a lot of traction, I think, that building green is for the happy few, for the ones who can afford it. Tell us why this is or is not a correct
That's actually
idea.
super question, because just yesterday I was commenting on one LinkedIn post. They were showing a building, which is just a building, concrete, white and black building. And I comment, it would look much nicer if there would be some green around. And they sent me a link and said, yes, we also do this kind of building. And it was a nice villa condominium. So clearly it was a building for people that cannot afford a lot, and a building a building for people who can afford. But the challenge, the question is it really so expensive? Not really. If you want to green the building with a bit of, a small forest type of area on the balconies, a rooftop, it represents between 1% to 2% of the cost of the entire building. So, I mean, what are we talking about? Why should we not give this to every single person? And on the end, that's our view. It's always the investor says, yeah, it's additional cost. We will not able to pay for that. But you give a lot to the community. So we were stuck for 2 years, locked in the apartments. People were not able to go out to the parks, which are far away. So we need to bring these small patches of green to every single house, to every single condominium. And it's super easy.
Yeah.
Maybe as an example, few years ago, I come from Slovenia. I live in the capital of Ljubljana. There was a building project of a big shopping mall with closed concrete roof. Luckily, in Ljubljana, we have a proper law which says you need to green the building. So they had to redesign the entire structure. So now on the top, you have a huge green roof, a running track, a basketball court. You have a community garden, and it's far away from the parks. So the local people living in this dense area are using now this for their own advantage. They come up with the kids to enjoy the green, which they were not able to do before, and the business is profiting. And I mean, there is no brainer. We just need to make sure that people are aware of that. It's super easy.
So, if this is so super easy, Commissioner Hahn, why isn't it happening all over all the time? And to put it back to the Commission, is the Commission already at the crest of what it can do? Is it really walking the talk? You said more can be done, but what is being done?
First, more on a general note, I think one should always see the positive or try to see the positive sides of an event like pandemia. And one of them is certainly that there is also much more awareness now about the way we will work in the future, which has a huge impact on the fact that more people will spend more time at home, because we will have this hybrid working system, which, for instance, is already implemented now in the Commission, and everybody, or almost everybody, I suppose, is happy because there's a lot of flexibility, which has a huge impact on the way how houses should look like, should offer people space, greening, better air, etc. So I think this has provoked a lot of positive understanding amongst authorities to support this development where necessary, also with legal support, not to say constraints. But I think here the situation has really changed over the last 2-3 years, because it's clearly a reaction to a new way of living. So this on a more general note. Concerning the Commission, we will certainly change our real estate structure in the next couple of years. Of course, also as a result of the new way of working, we will reduce office space, and of course we will adapt our buildings to this Bauhaus concept. wherever possible. We have already done a lot.
Can you give an example of what would change in practice for people working there, for example, for yourself?
Well, it's about energy efficiency is an important issue. The greening of buildings is something else. Of course, there we see some limitations. I was in a way jealous to see this vertical forestation because actually I had the same idea concerning our Berlaymont building, but I was told there are constructural limitations. But if you have good ideas, let me know. I have
That's
not
the whole point of the new European
so
Bauhaus
it's an offer to everybody, providing us with an idea how to overcome this issue, because I think it's an emblematic building, and if we could have really such a forestation, would be great. So please feel free to give us ideas how to overcome these apparently existing constraints. If it's about new buildings or even existing ones, we have already some where we have the rooftop, so to say, greened, where people can spend their free time, lunchtime, whatsoever. So there is a lot, but of course more has to be done. Of course, we have now new working arrangements, so it's we have much more open spaces. Open spaces allow much more greening of rooms, etc. So it's also about giving people a feeling when they are in the office that it's a kind of extended living room.
Yeah, an extended living room will, if you say more people will be working from home, we will reduce office space. Does that make office space come available for people who want to meet Europe, so to speak, European institutions? Will it be a sort of possibly a meeting space, or would that go too far?
No, we will very soon reopen our visitor center in the Charlemagne building, which adapts already to this new, not new, but thanks God now implemented principles. But in general, we try to be even more open to visitors, those who want to come to us, but also those who are simply interested in us, in European institutions, because we have people coming to meet us for meetings, but also others which are simply interested in the institutions. And here, I think we have an obligation to lead by example, to give inspiration also for initiatives back home in other parts of Europe.
Ms. Edwards, gentrification, that's what we're also discussing, of course. The ideas are there. It looks like a no-brainer, to use Mr. Sumi's word. But what needs to be done to overcome those hurdles and the hesitations, the limitations, as the Commissioner mentioned?
Yes, I think you've hit on a very important point, and maybe I'll just draw also from the comments around the impact of the pandemic and how it put also divisions in the housing sphere. It brought them really to light. Because people who could work at home comfortably did so, others didn't have enough space. So you had overcrowding issues, and we saw the impact of that, unfortunately, even in the differences in the rates of death when it linked to lack of adequate housing. So it has put a spotlight on housing as such as an area where we really have to focus more. And this issue of gentrification is a crucial one. I think the Commission is doing its best. So during the pandemic, we saw the production of the very fast mobilization of the Commission staff to put together the renovation wave communication. And part of that, they made aware that they are in tune with this risk of gentrification as a result of the greening, because it is indeed what we have seen, unfortunately, in examples where you have greening of the neighborhoods, but unfortunately the people who live there, because of the price increases, are can no longer stay. So you have an erosion of the community. So I think there's an awareness of this, and the Commission launched as part of the renovation wave something called the Affordable Housing Initiative, which has been turned into a project. You talked about shaping society. It's actually called Reshape, and it's actually looking at ways and examples of where these shared goals of social inclusion and greening and decarbonisation have really been brought together as one in a neighbourhood, because that is really the challenge that we are facing as a society. How can we reconcile all three so that it doesn't lead to gentrification? But I think...
And what is key in that regard?
The key is not to only look at a neighbourhood perspective, but look at the entire system and the regulation that is involved in making sure that profiteering is regulated, so that we have the public sector very engaged. You have limited profit, non-profit sector also engaged in turning neighbourhoods around, and not feeding into what we are seeing very often in the sector, which is an extractive nature of investment, and even in the real estate sector. So even the Commission in the latest macroeconomic stability indicators that they publish, they are actually warning that 14 countries in the EU have passed the 6% warning threshold of rise in house prices. So this was another indirect impact of COVID and this race for space, compounded now by what we are seeing in geopolitical forces. So this, the gentrification is not only happening on a neighborhood level, we are seeing real estate being really targeted for an extractive nature of investment, so really for extracting profit on the short term. And if this is not brought, I think it really goes in the spirit of the Bauhaus, because if we do not bring those type of tendencies, if we do not regulate those and make sure that communities are resilient against the
exploitation in a way,
or let's say against this gentrification force, I think we won't achieve the vision of the EU having a fair energy transition.
Okay.
It could be sidetracked.
I want to bring in Commissioner Hahn to react to that. More regulation, is that on the radar of the Commission? Do you consider it an important element in achieving the Bauhaus ideals and vision?
Look, but this is, I wouldn't say an ideological issue, but I'm also reluctant, I'm always reluctant if we can only manage things via regulations, because what we have to change is the mindset of people. Of course, sometimes you need regulations in order to, let's say, support this mindset changing. But at the end of the day, it's about ownership. People have to understand it's in their own interest. Of course, maybe, as you mentioned this example, sometimes it's more for the developer to get some regulatory support, let's call it that way, to produce and really an added value. But this is the one side. For instance, in my hometown, Vienna, we introduced a couple of years ago that whenever a social house was built, also an artistic monument had to be included into the construction, giving young artists an opportunity, but also quasi producing a kind of atmosphere which is, I think, helpful. And I think in that respect, personally, I always would like to focus on the so to say, on the power of arguments, of examples, etc., to change or to further develop mindset of people. But indeed, sometimes it's necessary to have this regulatory, let's say, support scheme. But again, here I would be cautious to have something Europe-wide top-down, maybe a kind of framework, but then, of course, in particular when it comes on urban planning, spatial planning, it's very much linked to the situation on the ground. So here I think the principle of subsidiarity is crucial and should apply.
Okay, very clear. We'll go into that in a moment, but I want to stick to the market in a way and also the current political and international situation, and ask you, Mr. Sumi, about the impact of all of that on supply and demand of green materials, of building ideas and construction companies. Does that play a role at all?
Yeah, actually, for the greening itself does not play a role. It plays a role because there is lack of material to building the building. So when we talk about the new buildings, the greening itself is straightforward because you need to have a growing media, you need to have a local plants, and need to have local people who are able to install, the green roof or the green patches around. So I don't see that there is a bit of challenge, but I would not say that this is really limiting it on what we are doing. And yes, Vienna is a perfect example what it can be done. And it will be 50% of Europeans living in the cities in very near future. So we need to educate. And if I just go back to what Commissioner Hahn said, we need to give the examples. And one of the example is, biodiversity strategy, which asks the cities to have a biodiversity strategy, the municipal strategy, for all the cities about 20,000 people. And they come to us and say, what does it mean? How do we do it? And this is why now the natural restoration law, which is being prepared, needs to be developed in a way that it will say you do it like this, like this, like this. And then the municipalities will find the material, the people, and the way how to do it. I think this is the point which I agree with Commissioner Hahn, that we need to give them examples, but at the same time also sort of a framework that they start working.
And then mobilize bottom up. Want to come back to that, but still I want to refer to yesterday, vote in the European Parliament on the Fit for 55 package. Package didn't go through because of certain elements. I mean, what does that tell us on weighing short-term gain, long-term vision about economy versus ecology? How do you assess what happened yesterday?
I mean, I know what happened. So, pushing certain legislation to the further future, despite we said 2030, already 2030 is long future to do something. We should make it shorter. And it's simply that certain people or organizations don't see the benefit to make Europe, more inclusive, beautiful, better. It seems this is the challenge. So we need to educate people, institutions, municipalities, to really realize that, putting proper legislation, regulation, frameworks, to make things change faster is a benefit for all. But it seems that we still don't see the benefits.
You've mentioned, and then I'll come back to the both of you, but you've mentioned a couple of times examples that were created or suggested by citizens to their local authorities and municipalities, and then up. Is that the way to go? Does it have to be bottom up? Or how do you see the relation to regulation or ideas like from Agras as this one?
I think that, the regular people tend to read a lot. They see the pictures. They want to live in a nice environment. So I think that if
But do they always know what is needed?
Maybe they don't know. So if I look at the cities, at the municipality level, I think the municipalities needs to be a moderator and involve the local communities. So the cities needs to be moderators, and the local citizens needs to be the player, actor, idea creators. And we see many of examples. For example, one school we did 3 years ago. There was a renovation of school, energy efficiency renovation. And they asked the students, what do you want to do? And they said, hey, we want to have not just roof renovated, we want to have a roof classroom. So they did a green roof, they did a vegetable garden on top, they have open place to enjoy, and it came from the pupils. I mean, it's a secondary school from 14 to 18. So these young people were giving so many good ideas, and then it was realized, with a bit of support of the European/local funds. So, we need to give idea creation to the people, and we who are on municipal, regional level, we need to be a moderators. I think this is the key to success.
And Ms. Edwards, do people have the time, the energy, is it a priority, do you feel, at a local level for citizens at this time?
Well, I must say that indeed one of the most impressive projects I've seen in the social housing district is indeed coming from this spirit. All of the decision making was actually made together with the over 200 inhabitants before the building was even there. So they were involved in the choice of materials, obviously within the limitations of the budget. They also are now co-managing the building, and it's resulting in a much smoother, actually, management and maintenance of the estate than other more top-down examples. And even more inspiring, on the management board, we have people with disabilities, because there's a block dedicated and built and designed together with the families of young people with disabilities, and also a specialized group working on autism. So you have an amazing empowerment of actually those people who potentially would be very disempowered if they don't have the right living environments. But again, this was carried out also by led by the city with a social housing provider, and who has a limited profit, so it's not beholden to
shareholders
bring
or
the profit. And I would just like to mention the ETS situation. Obviously, very tough discussions in the Parliament. On the outset, I think we knew that there was a lot of opposition from many different parties, from the Greens and the Socialists. And I think, again, we have to contextualize this. Again, inflation up 12% in March this year, and 33% of that is linked to energy. So, and that's affecting lower income groups most, particularly if you think living in a badly insulated home, having to drive to work, maybe a large family to feed, it's hitting those groups worse. And I think the ETS, the way it was formulated, it wasn't clear enough that the financing would be directly used to impact the situation of the most, let's say, vulnerable to the current shock. So I think this is one of the issues that was at stake, and the reason it was blocked. It's a contextualization. We have to try again to get the formula right, and to make sure that the funding really goes to where it's needed. Because obviously, for those households that I've mentioned, greening of their home and more accessible public transport is exactly the way we need to go. But it has to be more tangible. Mm-hmm.
Tangible, affordable as well.
Mm-hmm. And affordable.
Commissioner Hahn.
May I on this
of course.
Yesterday's decision first? They couldn't agree, so it's now given back to the respective committee. So there are different issues. The message I passed to them, because I was very much involved in the so to say setup of this ETS scheme, etc., because it has also a new own resource dimension, which is important for me. I think we should try to distinguish, and this is the message I pass to the lawmakers. Let's negotiate about this now, because there's an urgency. But having in mind the current economic situations, we can show some flexibility when a decision taken now should come into force. Because this is apparently, or was the reason why in some camps there was hesitation, because so to say, the thinking was always if we take now the decision, it comes into force already next year. And in the current circumstances, this is not, for many people, affordable, acceptable. But we are far away from, so to say, starting this, because even if there's a political decision, we have to prepare, let's say, the collecting of all this in a technical way. So before 24, it wouldn't come. But in case the economic situation then is still dire, we can have some flexibility to start it in 25 or so. But I think it's important to be aware about the need, because if we really want to achieve our goals concerning decarbonization, to which we all have committed ourselves. It was a decision of the European Parliament, of all heads of states and prime ministers and the national parliaments. So it's not something the Commission imposed. So if we stick to our goals, which are not, I understand, challenged by anybody in principle, we have to adapt or we have to show some flexibility. But in principle, there is an urgency, and I only hope that the lawmakers understand this, but understand also that they have some room for maneuver.
Okay, let's keep that political discussion for here, for now, to this. Well, thank you for all of that. I want to get back to the practicalities of shaping a city. And Commissioner Hahn, I was going to ask you, you've been active for several years in local policies in Vienna before you became commissioner. I was wondering, you already mentioned building social housing in Vienna and making art a part of it from the very, very beginning. Are there other things that you take away from that time, good practices, things you've learned in, for example, about ways to involve the citizens, or other things that you think, like, this is what we have to bear in mind when we go forward with these Bauhaus ideals?
I think there are two issues also referring to what you have said, because you said, referring to my first or second statement, we want to be part of the city here. And you said, okay, let's discuss. You don't want to be a Fremdkörper. I want to correct this because what we see today in Brussels, we can see almost in each city, in every city. It was a concept of the 50s and 60s to separate living from working. And for instance, in Vienna, I think we have at least 2 bridges crossing the Danube, only to react to this separation between living and working, because there is such a huge traffic, only for this to help people commuting from home to work. And I think all the urban planners have learned and understood we need a mixture of working and living, and I think the new living and working opportunities and conditions enable this, and it's conducive for having a better mixture. And in that respect, I would also see our efforts here to overcome this historic separation and to be part of, so to say, the living situation of people.
So have you reached out to Brussels authorities already?
Exactly. We are in a very good contact and relationship, and indeed we are offering, if we are reducing office space, that this should turn into apartments, for instance, in housing opportunities, really to get this kind of mixture. Even if new offices are built, we have one example. I know not everybody is happy. Maybe I have a similar view, this famous Tower 1, but part of it are apartments. So we try, and shops, etc. So I think this is important to have this mixture, and this is something we would like to contribute here in Brussels, to have a more inclusive way of living. Because my vision 30, 40 years ago, which I expressed several times in papers, etc., was the ideal concept would be that people could reach their working place on foot. or
There's the
nowadays bicycle.
10-minute city concept as well in that regard.
That would be great, because it also gives the opportunity, for instance, to spend lunchtime together with your family, if this is possible, and not to leave in the morning and return in the in the evening. So there would be many positive effects also for the social fabric of a city, because we know where you experience a district or a borough by walking on a daily basis, you have much more ownership. When I remember my son, who is meantime 34 and made me grandfather, when I brought him to the kindergarten, unfortunately we had to go by car, but he was familiar with a distance from his home, which he experienced on a daily basis on foot. And then again, he was familiar when we were close to the kindergarten. And once he asked me, I mean, it was a 5 or 10 minutes drive between the two areas with whom he was familiar. Is it the same like from us to America? So this little boy at that time didn't have a feeling, because he never experienced the situation on foot. And the same is for elderly people or for everybody. So we should give people much more opportunities, not only walking the talk, but walking the city. And walking the city would create much more ownership for the development of a city, in particular for immediate neighborhood. So greening is not something which is so to say, only related to a building, but it's a concept for a city as such.
Of course, in European cities, there's a long history to most of the cities. Can it always be done? Because as the Commissioner says, in the 60s, especially in Brussels too, the idea was big lanes, big buildings. So how can you redo the city?
Maybe on this topic, so in general, honestly, in the dense cities, it's better to do small little patches of green than a big park. That's easy, and it's also relatively easy to do. If you have
better because it's more practical,
it's
practically
more practical,
feasible,
so
or also more healthy?
It's healthy, it's practical. First of all, you come out of your building, you see these green patches, you can maybe have one bench there, you can sit there. It's practical for the people to hang out, to enjoy, to have a bit of shadow during the summer. At the same time, pollinator initiatives, the pollinators, bees and butterflies, they are dying. So we need to do the network of green patches in the cities. And it's really simple to do. There is a superb example in, I think it's in Porto. But the park is called Park of Lisbon, but it's in Porto. It used to be a parking place, a garage, and it was gray, paved. The municipality did great thing. They green it. They have 50 olive trees there. They have a park where people can enjoy, have a, afternoon sandwich, or not a barbecue, but a drink in a local bar which is there. So it's easy to be done. You just need to give opportunity. And this was again done by ideas of the people. You do these small parks, small patches. You have a big lane. In the past, they put maybe the trees in the middle of the big avenue. Why don't we put it on the side next to the buildings? You are doing the shadow, you're cooling the buildings, and it's again simple to do. And it's you're also bringing business to the local people, because the local gardener can do it. So I think we just need to, again, as I said, biodiversity strategy. We need to teach the municipalities how to do it, and they need to be moderator of the ideas from the people. I think this is the idea forward.
May I add,
Sure.
in the late 70s, we started in Vienna exactly in these old housing structures to start greening, to encourage people greening the inner courtyards. Before that, there was a huge tristesse of this. But now we started this exercise, and it's going on till today, that inner courtyards are green, so to say, are nowadays places where you like to spend some time in case you don't have a balcony or terrace, which is very often the case. So I think this is something which can be done rather easily and contributes a lot to the quality of life in inner city districts.
In small pockets. Ms. Edwards, I saw you were writing furiously. Any ideas to add?
No, I really like this this child proportioned city. I think that's really something to add to the 15-minute city, so to see it through that perspective. And of course, these simple solutions to the greening, because very often we get overly technical. But yes, I think this spirit of overcoming divisions between, which is really, I think, in the spirit of the Bauhaus, and mentioned by Commissioner Hahn, these divisions between work and home place, or divisions in the city. And I think what we have to bring it further and make sure we have indeed districts where people with different incomes, different lifestyles can thrive in their communities. And I think this is a real opportunity we have with the agreement to the decarbonisation agenda that you meant, Commissioner Hahn mentioned. There is obviously the decarbonisation agenda is that we have no choice about that, and I think it can be really also, if we do it right, it can be really also this trigger to include the most vulnerable, to reach out to those furthest from the labour market, to ensure that they also have access to opportunity and services by designing the energy transition well. I think it's a huge opportunity. We've got those targets. We don't have to be over-prescriptive from EU level, but we have to make sure that the tools are there to, let's say, tap into all that creativity that there is at local level. And I think the Bauhaus is a step in that right direction.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about the city being a sort of an island in the wider area or region, and it not always for everybody being very accessible? The idea was also to talk about boundaries. How do you connote cities and boundaries, or urban areas and boundaries? Is there a conflict there, or do you feel? You mentioned, Mr. Sumi, that most people will be a majority of people will be living in cities in the very near future. So, are cities going to spread out even more, or will they close in on themselves and shut out people? How do you see that evolve?
I think, again, it has to be something where we have a clear public intervention, a public role to play to go against that trend. So we see
to go against more spreading, or
to go against excluding of certain groups because of lack of accessibility and the spread. And I think there's excellent examples now that we see of recuperation of unused former barracks, army barracks, former factories. I think of one
often at a great cost for cleaning up pollution, etc. Historical
that,
pollution.
if it's done well, can pay back. And I think this was the point raised by Jure. This is a cost up front, but we really have to look at it from a budgetary perspective. The payback will come in terms of competitiveness, because the house prices are becoming, I mean, even if we look at somewhere where Silicon Valley, companies are pulling out because of the high house prices. So if you maintain that affordability and make sure you maintain affordable also for, let's say, students, because now we see places where students are turning down places in university because of lack of affordability. We have no space for, as an arrival city for migrants, for instance, to come and to flourish and to also flourish themselves, but also to contribute to the economy. So it's looking at the long-term payback for society of having an inclusive society. And yet this example that in Lyon that comes to mind, L'Autre Soie, that's converting a former silk factory with one quarter, let's say, social housing provision and other private housing, but also cultural institution and housing first, also units which would directly address the homelessness issue in Lyon. So excellent ways where you don't contribute to sprawl, but you open up the city and allow everyone to...
But more dense cities then, densely built, not expanding, but living smaller and living closer together?
Yeah, I mean, there is an opportunity which is in particular something for European cities. We are now appreciate very much that big railway stations, central railway stations, are actually downtown. But if you look at the tracks, they are uncovered. And you would gain a lot of inner district area if you cover these tracks. And of course, you have to measure the costs of the coverage by saving costs if you extend cities and building additional infrastructure. In the inner city districts, you have schools, you have creches, kindergartens, you have shopping opportunities, etc. So if you create additional city space by covering, and by the way, maybe there are some railway aficionados, but in general, I would say these railway tracks inside the city are, first of all, separating districts, and personally, I don't consider them very attractive. So I think there is a lot of potential to cover places which are quasi wasted for a more dense city in a good way.
More opportunities. It all sounds great and self-evident, but a lot of the stakeholders in this whole project that is holistic, if I may use that word, the whole Bauhaus idea is quite holistic. A lot of the stakeholders, be it business, be it industry, be it citizens, be it local authorities, what have you, work separately. What needs to be done to get them together to work on that vision? Because that is not happening, is it? Or not enough? Or we would be way ahead in this whole trajectory?
I think it always depends on people, thanks God, yeah, and not on machines. But we need, of course, and this is why we have now launched this Bauhaus idea. But again, in my understanding, we should understand it not only as a, let's say, building concept in the more narrow sense, but as initiating urban planning, living, etc. And here, of course, we need a holistic approach, people sitting together. But again, it depends on people. Of course, today, we very often see, unfortunately, a very quick change of political leadership. So there is very often no real stability. But that's why I think it's important at least to use wherever possible momentums to agree about strategies which survive political changes. Yeah? I mean, this could be a potential way forward. But again, at the end of the day, we have to admit we depend on people. But I think if there is, like here, a uniform, so to say, idea to promote in a certain way urban development, again, we can lead by example, it will inspire others. And of course, we have our structural funds, which are there to finance what we call seed initiatives in order to lead by example, to create something which then can be in a good way reduplicated, etc. So there are possibilities, there is a framework, but at the end of the day, it's about people.
Yeah. That's my first question to you was, are you the funder as a commissioner of budget of the whole NEB festival? I'm now picking that question up again, because does the NEB have the Bauhaus idea have a proper budget of its own, or should people wanting to work in that vein go shop around different funds in the European framework to find financing if they're eligible, of course? How does it work?
Well, in principle, I think it's about mostly the structural funds. In my first mandate, I started as a commissioner for regional policy. With my background as a city councillor, I managed to change the title and, more important, the, let's say, philosophy of this general directorate. And today it's called regional and urban policy. So we introduced the urban aspect, which I consider important because my example is all of us might know 200 or even more cities where they are located in Europe. But can you tell me 10 or 20 regions outside the country you know best where they are? No, it's about the city which identifies a region. And that's why I think also from a European perspective, it's so important to see the relevance of urban policy. And that's why we have, so to say, extended our activities from the region to the urban structure. And of course, supported also by the necessary financial means. But here it's more to the member states, the regions, how they want to use it. But in principle, money would be available. And of course, there are other sources like research, etc. But this is more for very targeted activities. But in principle, to transform our cities, to pursue our climate goals, exactly for that purpose, the structural funds are there.
Okay. We are nearing the end of this panel discussion. I would like to ask each one of you if you would like to address someone, some institution or some commissioner, for example, in particular with a demand or a question regarding the topic we've been discussing, something you feel needs to be done or needs to be tackled most urgently, or something you want to share in terms of good practice that you think like, look at that as an example and take it forward.
Yeah, first of all, I'm really happy that I see we are more or less aligned what we want to do. Maybe 1 or 2 points what we need to do. I already mentioned we are working with Joint Research Center of European Commission to really know exactly what are the benefits of green infrastructure, whether this in the buildings or elsewhere. But now there are the laws or regulations which are coming in. Nature restoration law. Make sure that it will be done properly with ideas how to do the urban places nicer. There is EPBD which is coming in. Implement green infrastructure inside, because a GRC report, research will show all the benefits for the energy efficiency. And then another one which is coming is Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, which is 30 years old. Green infrastructure can handle the stormwater. 30 years ago, there were no so severe storms. So make sure that the green infrastructure is playing a really incremental role on managing rainwater. So 3 things, 3 legislations where we need to make it really, I would say, bulletproof for the greening of the cities.
Thank you very much. Very pointedly, Ms. Edwards. Briefly?
Very briefly, yes. I would say, I think especially as due to your experience in Vienna, which is one of the, say, lighthouses when it comes also to the energy transition, inclusive energy transition, to really promote this across the EU, and not just the finished product, but how they got there. And it's exactly this point that you mentioned. So they have institutions there that are over 100 years old, that have been delivering affordable, thriving communities for over 100 years. But what we see is that there's this institutional, this governance gap is very present in other parts of the Union. And this is where I think we really need to focus, because without the right governance, it will be difficult. And I think EU funds, I mean, I mentioned Shape EU, we are really working on that, but I think EU funds can do more to build that governance which will withstand the political cycle, go beyond the political cycle.
Okay. I want to thank you very much. From you, Commissioner, I remember your words about ideas, and in the end it comes down to people taking the lead and investing their energies and ideas into the cities and urban areas of the future, among many other things, of course. I want to thank you very much for being here with us today, Juri Sumi, Sorcha Edwards, and of course, Commissioner Johannes Hahn. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
And so we're back again, and I'm happy to see so are you. We're here for our next discussion. So far, we've only fleetingly, or should I say in broad terms, touched upon the concept of this new European Bauhaus. But what are we really talking about? That is what will be unpacked from various angles in the next discussion. And I'm very happy to see, by the way, hello again, people online. I'm very happy to see there's a lot of women on stage, which is always a plus if you ask me. To facilitate the conversation, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. José Pedro Sousa, Assistant Professor of the Faculty of Architecture of the University of Porto in Portugal, and Miquela Magas, welcome to you too, member of President von der Leyen's high-level roundtable for the new European Bauhaus. Enjoy the conversation.
Welcome, everybody. It's our pleasure to be here with you, and I am thrilled and honored that we are joined by one of the leaders of the initiative, the Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth, Maria Gabriel.
And I'm very happy to be here, sit with Miquela, but also very happy to have the representatives of two partners of the European Bauhaus. Teresa Calix is an architect and an assistant professor at the School of Architecture at the University of Porto. She's also a vice dean of the school and the coordinator of a research group, Morphologies and Dynamics of Territory. And through research and teaching activities, she explores opportunities to deepen the relationship with institutions and agents of several fields related to urban and sustainable development. She's also the coordinator of the NEB lab called NEBGO South, that we'll hear about it soon. And Vesna Caminat, she's the director of the Liaison Office Brussels of the Autonomous Province of Bolzano, South Tyrol. And she's from South Tyrol in Italy and has been working since 2005 in the representation of the European region Tyrol South, Tyrol Trentino. Following its mandate, the Liaison Office Brussels instigated the initiative European Bauhaus of the Mountains in South Tyrol, involving the main interested partners. Welcome.
Thank you.
Before we start, we'd like to ask the audience in the room and also the audience online to tell us what do they think that the European Bauhaus represents and what does it mean to them. Now, we have Slido for this.
Yeah. And now, yes, you should be seeing a QR code in your screens. So please scan it and go to the website and drop your thoughts about it. And we are very anxious to see the word cloud that will pop out of your contributions.
So, for those of us who are perhaps not so familiar with the new European Bauhaus, Commissioner Gabriel, perhaps you can tell us in a few words, what is the initiative about and have we actually witnessed any real transformations on the ground already?
Well, the new European Bauhaus for me is the soul of the European Green Deal. Remember when we started, we said that we would like to see the new European Bauhaus as a bridge between the world of science and technology and the world of art and culture. In one sentence, for me, the new European Bauhaus aims at improving citizens' life thanks to innovation, to what we have as strengths at European level, the talented people, the extraordinary talented people, and all this with the European creativity. Always with one single spirit, we are able, because we are together and because we are tackling this in a beautiful and sustainable way, to answer to a global challenge like climate change, with local solutions adapted to the needs of all our citizens. So for me, the new European Bauhaus is here to show that every single citizen can be a driver and actor of the European Green Deal.
Wonderful.
And Teresa, almost 2 years have passed since the European Bauhaus was launched by the President of the European Commission. Back then, do you remember how did you find out about the initiative?
Well, my first contact, I think it was through the media. And as you know, the word Bauhaus does more than ringing a bell for an architect, because actually Bauhaus represents an atmosphere, an environment of discoveries, of innovation that took place in a particular period of time, in a particular school or set of schools. So, of course, when I saw New European Bauhaus, I started to pay more attention, and I found that it might be quite interesting in order to change the way people saw arts and saw architecture. And then José Pedro was elected a member of high-level roundtable, so he is very close to me at Porto. So more and more information came, and in a way I think that I thought that everybody should join, and for me that I was already very interested to understand how we could broaden the opportunities of academia to deal with the matters that interested to society. It feels that this movement was quite interesting to join.
Very good. And Vesna, what was your experience? What did you think when you heard for the first time about the European Bauhaus initiative?
Well, I must say it was a very big curiosity, and I was wondering what's going on. And the second thought was, how may I be able to translate this philosophy, this change of mindset, in the right, correct words to communicate it to the stakeholders in our territory? Because in the end, this is also the mandate of liaison office here in Brussels, not to inform, but to communicate. So to find the right words for each stakeholder. And my feeling was that an adventure is starting, and that this is, let's say, an opportunity. An opportunity, something that can be formed during the time. So it's not something that, let's say, is predestinated, but it's something that will be formed via, let's say, that you are exploring it, that you are getting ideas, impressions from the stakeholders, that you are able to get new stakeholders on the board. It's really an evolution. So my feeling was really, I know a little bit from where we start, but I don't know how the walk will be. So very interesting, yes.
Very good.
It's very interesting to hear both of you speak about what happened at the beginning, because it was only a year ago, a little bit more than a year ago. And for some of us who have been involved right from the beginning, it's actually astonishing to think that it was a year ago, because so much has been achieved. So, Commissioner Gabriel, perhaps you can tell us what are the main achievements so far, and what are the real tangible transformations that we have witnessed?
Well, if I have to resume, what we have seen is how we passed from the formulation of the concept to the first results, and how we passed from listening mode to delivery mode. And what I would like really to underline, that I fully share the view of Vesna, that it's really important to preserve this co-creation spirit, really to do all this together. What was achieved, of course, there is now first results, and there is examples that are inspiring, and that's what we would like to see. Where there is a need to improve. Of course, I can only mention some of them. First of all, for me, we managed to have a real community, a vibrant community of people looking at the same direction, really showing us what that means, multidisciplinary approach, cooperation and collaboration. Just look at the 500 partners and friends of the New European Bauhaus, an extraordinary, vibrant, talented communities, from architects to scientists. I'm Commissioner for Education too, they are very active too in this. And I see that more and more the mayors, the regions are aware of what that means as opportunity for them, the European Bauhaus. Second example, the European Bauhaus prizes. I think that it's always important really to give more visibility to people that already achieved results, and at the same time, as Commissioner for Youth, it's very important to encourage our young people to be our rising stars. And that's a great moment when you can see how much the spirit of the new European Bauhaus can be implemented following the different grounds, the different experiences, and proposing solutions that are adapted to the different territories and communities. Of course, I'm really very glad that now we have a budget. We have to talk about this more openly. Remember, we started with nothing, zero. For 21-22, we have 85 million euros budget coming from Horizon Europe program, and I'm really proud with the results of the first Lighthouses demonstrators. We have the European Regional Development Fund, LIFE program. So now I think that the message is very clear. We need critical mass of funding in order to ensure the sustainability of this initiative and the projects that are already submitted. Another example that I would like to raise is NEPLAB. I think that we all have to look more closely on their work. Of course, it's good that we have Commission-led projects and community-led projects, but of course, we have to talk about labeling strategy. We need really together with them to see how all these people that are very much engaged, and the last 1.5 years we have seen incredible results, will be there for many years with the label, because this label will give them additional chance to build networks, to attract investors, to scale up just their extraordinary ideas. And yes, finally, maybe what I would like to say is let's use again the opportunity of the festival. That's an achievement. First festival of the European Bauhaus, a real moment of celebration to say, yes, because we are only together, we can succeed. We have a lot of challenges ahead of us, but what the community of the new European Bauhaus has shown very clearly during the last half year is that we are able to transform the difficulties, the challenges into opportunities and solutions that are beneficial for our citizens. And that's my wish, that we continue in this direction.
Very good. Commissioner just mentioned that we have to do this together and the community, so this is a good trigger for the next question. And both of you, from Porto and from Brussels, you deal in your daily life with different social and professional contexts. Teresa, can you share with us a little bit about the communities that you deal with and how did they react to this co-design phase of the European Bauhaus?
Well, I would have to start with the academic community, and their students were the first to understand the importance of European Bauhaus. In fact, their generation is very interested in finding ways to change. I think they are the first that really value the European Bauhaus ideals, so they are very interested in joining this renovation wave that is taking place everywhere. But actually in Portugal we also have some important initiatives, like our National Architects Association did a major event on the topic that was really very important because made all the architects aware of the existence of this renovation wave and the importance to start understanding what were the challenges, could be the opportunities. So that was a very important initiative, and I think no one nowadays is set apart of this movement. We also had this important movement that was Bauhaus of the Sea that submitted a proposal to lighthouse projects. And even though if they didn't get it, it was quite important because Portugal has a big coastal area, so it was another way of making very noticeable this issue and some of the issues that will be quite important in the future. So I think somehow I understand that people are more and more joining to the movement, understanding what are the challenges and trying to make a difference. I think so, yes.
Thank you. And Vesna, you mentioned bringing the stakeholders to the movement. Can you tell us a little bit about that community and how they are reactive and being inspired by the European Bauhaus movement?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I would say that the kickoff came from Brussels, let's say, from us, because we always provide information to the territory. And as public administration, because we are public administration, we thought immediately that this is the opportunity also to act in the way of an ecosystem, because you actually need a change of mindset. And so we wondered a little bit who might be the stakeholders in South Tyrol who are already dealing a little bit with these issues and who might be really interested in being the pioneers. And so we addressed the, let's say, the question and this call for interest, let's say, to the European Research Academy in Bozen-Bolzano, to the Free University of Bozen-Bolzano, but also to the Klimahaus agency, who is really dealing with renewable energies in the building sector. And I must say, the three of them, they have excellent researchers, professors, and also, let's say, professionals, and everybody was enthusiastic. And they saw the opportunity, and they immediately jumped not on the board, but I would say on this snowball, because it's a snowball, because, for example, the Klimahaus agency is bringing on board also the Chamber of Architects. And the professors, the students, the researchers, their partners network. And so this project, this evolution is not staying in South Tyrol, but it's going beyond. And so this is really, let's say, the start of something that is, it's really a movement, something that's developing, I would say, day by day. And so the feeling was really enthusiasm.
Wonderful to hear, also because the European Bauhaus initiative is actually really unique in the sense that it starts the movement from the ground up. And we haven't had that before. So it was a big experiment, wasn't it, in that sense? And the place-based approach is central to the new European Bauhaus. So, Commissioner Gabriel, how do you think this place-based approach promotes the involvement of the regions and the regional municipalities and also all the small projects that are happening from the ground up in the regions?
Well, I think that it's really important to continue our efforts, really to bring on board all our regions. Some of them are very well aware, they are very active, but we need to talk about small municipalities, rural areas, remote areas. So that's why for me it's so important to continue our very close cooperation with the Committee of the Regions. And the second, we are experimenting, as you said it very precisely. With the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, we are experimenting exactly how to address the needs of the small-scale actors, individuals and communities. And actually, we have a call that will just identify the first 20 projects in order to see how we can improve our assistance to them. That's all. The second thing, and here I must say big thank you to my fellow colleague Elisa Ferreira, because we are addressing the different municipalities and regions. You know that we already launched a call that is for regions with 100,000 inhabitants. Now we would like to see what's about the smaller one. So that's why for me it's really important to continue the technical assistance with them, and that's with Commissioner Elisa Ferreira. Of course, we need maybe something like this festival as platform where they can join forces together. And I will always remember, I organized a meeting between the mayors of the European Capitals of Culture and the European Capitals of Innovation. The first topic on which they wanted to discuss, that was the new European Bauhaus. And we discovered an extraordinary synergies, already best practices. So I think that now the challenge is how to bring not only the mayors of the capitals, but the mayors in rural areas, in remote areas. And that will be one of the next steps on which we are working with my team.
Thank you. We really look forward to that.
And let's move now to the projects that Teresa and Vesna are coordinating. You both are representing, the teams that are coordinating the Navigate South initiative and the European Bauhaus of the Mountains initiative that were both recently recognized as NEB Labs. Teresa, can you tell us a little bit about how the idea of Navigate South came and briefly in what it consists?
Well, actually, Navigate South started as a platform where people could meet and discuss these new challenges that we have to deal with. And we started with this website. We had those limitations on the pandemic days, so we had to find a way where everybody could meet staying at home. So it was an online, we did a set of online events that were quite interesting to start promoting this discussion. But actually, we followed the initiative of Nordic Bauhaus, and we found it quite interesting, and we understood that although we are in a very small continent, Europe has quite different areas. We are, for instance, in the south, we are already dealing with drought, with heat waves, with fires. We have common ways of eating, we have a common culture, we have common ways of doing things and being. So we thought that these specificities should be considered, and we should follow the idea of the Nordic Bauhaus and create this platform in order to discuss matters that would be more challenging for the southern countries. As our main focus is education, we gathered for the beginning 6 schools of architecture in 6 universities in 6 different countries. So we are talking about Portugal, Spain, France, Italy, Croatia, and Greece. And these were, I think, the driving force of a set of events, of a set of discussions, and we are trying now to enlarge this network and making it further and further interesting. And with this idea that the closer cooperation and co-design between these southern countries could make a difference and strengthen our ability to cope with these challenges, mainly considering the ones that are really very present in our territories, and at the same time not just enclosing the problems in this particular territory, but creating a way of dealing with all the matters that New European Bauhaus strives to inspire.
Thank you. And Vesna, how this idea of thinking the European Bauhaus in the mountains, on the mountains, from the mountains, can you can you share with us how this idea came from?
Yeah. Actually, already the name, finding the name was a little bit an adventure, because we started from New European Bauhaus, South Tyrol. Then we said, but maybe with what do we really identify in South Tyrol? Everybody. This is the mountains, because we are 100% mountain area, and it's not that we live in the mountains, but the mountains live in us, in our heart, in our emotions. And so the only question was, do we want to become the NEB of the Alps or the NEB of the mountains? And since this should be inclusive, we thought, let's go for the mountains. And so it was really, let's say, NEB of the mountains. And the real big moment, the big bang was the 8th of July 2021, when we started with a kick-off event. And there we gathered those 4 pioneer stakeholders, and we organized a conference in South Tyrol to explain also to the territory what is going on, what is New European Bauhaus. And this was really a success because we were able to interest the citizens. And so, from there, the stakeholders, they started with 7 working groups, each one in its own, let's say, competence field that goes from digital transformation of common goods to education through art and design. It goes to the sustainable and affordable housing, very important. It goes also to creative industries and so on. And I would say that nowadays the big challenge is to converge those different sectors, let's say, to an umbrella strategy, roadmap, or how we want to call it, in the sense that we are really able to use the synergies to fulfill this philosophy of new European Bauhaus, not only having, let's say, the trees, but going towards the forest. And sometimes I use also the example, not being a car without fuel, but for the time being, let's say my personal feeling is that we are a lot of fuel, really different, hydrogen, electric, everything, and we need a car because we need to be coordinated and to canalize those energies and synergies, and this is now, at the time being, the challenge, but really it's developing. So that's a little bit our experience.
Maybe I'll keep one more round.
Absolutely.
Here with Teresa and Vesna, because these projects are very interesting, and the audience would be also very interested in to know how they could participate in the movement. Maybe you could tell us, Teresa, about the next steps of the NEB Go South, and let's say what kind of opportunities are being think about the audience to participate and to contribute to?
Well, in a way, we started with architecture in the spirit of Bauhaus. We aim to bring together innovation and creativity, but crossing disciplinary boundaries. So in a way, now we feel that we need to join even more people from different areas, although they've been there, but we would like to broaden this network and include more stakeholders and even more schools of architecture, of arts, of biology, of whatever. We find that it's quite important. And we are going, as now COVID is leaving us, I hope, we are trying to organize a set of workshops in local, that would work like local experiments in those 6 countries for starts. And we would like to, as we had a set of events that had a subtopic that we found that it was quite interesting, quite important, like housing, zero
carbon,
0 kilometer architecture, or the problem of the cities, or well, a lot of I don't think I brought them here, but they are there, yes, framing collectivity, biosourced materials. So we had these subtopics, and now we'd like to experiment them in particular contexts in all these different countries. So we hope that by doing this, we would gather locally not only students and teachers, but local stakeholders, local institutions, in order to start broadening also the network of people joining. At the end, what I would say is that we are interested in everybody that is interested in this renovation wave of New European Bauhaus.
Thank you. And Vesna, regarding the European Bauhaus of the mountains, at what stage is the initiative right now? What are the next steps? And again, how others could contribute and participate in that movement?
So I would say that there are, let's say, different aspects. If we have a look at the, let's say, the content, then I would say that our main interest is to network, to find partners, but also, let's say, not only partners for projects, but also partners among other New European Bauhauses initiatives, so that we can also exchange experiences. So that's very important. Concerning, let's say, the more structural aspect, our interest is to understand a little bit how other MAP initiatives, they are organized. Also, let's say, from the point of view of internal governance, how to find financing, because that's also very important, for simple things like, for example, developing the website or having sort of a little secretariat that is, let's say, really following up the coordination work day by day. So for us, this networking with other people around Europe, this is essential. And for this purpose, we will organize at least once a year a big event. For example, this year it was on the 18th of May. And this was also, let's say, a big day within the Klima House fair that we have every year. So networking, the governance, and I think that one additional aspect, because these working groups from 7, I think that they will develop with the time, also becoming more and more. From the personal point of view, I hope and wish that we will be able to involve much more, not only youth in general, but children. Children, because in my always personal view, for children, this becomes something natural. It becomes their way of life. It's not something that they understand and that they implement, but simply they grow up with this. And so this will be their way of life towards environment, towards architecture, towards everything. And so I hope that this will be also one of, let's say, maybe our working groups. So thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. So basically, we have seen the European Bauhaus really, it's everywhere across the research and innovation program. It's now mentioned everywhere, which is extraordinary already. How do you think it has affected, Commissioner Gabriel, how has it affected the agenda for research and innovation? And also particularly for the culture and creative sector?
Well, first, it was clear since the beginning that we need really to bring much more closer the worlds of innovation, education and culture. And that was an extraordinary opportunity. That's why you said it in a horizontal way. The new European Bauhaus now is present everywhere, in Horizon Europe program, in Creative Europe program. And of course, here I would like to insist on the role of education, because if you'd like to bring on board our children, the education has an extraordinary important role to play, especially not to stay focused only on high education, high-level education, but to go to primary and secondary school. And here, for me, that's a challenge. Why not to bring much more closer the Education for Climate Coalition that we already have with the new European Bauhaus. They have extraordinary examples of how we can work with children. I was with them 1 month ago, but it's true that we are not saying clearly that's part of the new European Bauhaus. So for me, this communication effort, this more efforts for visibility, naming the things it will be important. When we talk about innovation, for me, first, it's really important that we have the European Innovation Council on board, because I can't imagine how we can tackle all these challenges linked to the Green Deal and the European Bauhaus without innovation. We are talking about construction materials. We are talking about energy-efficient buildings. We need innovation in these fields, especially because, don't forget, always new European Bauhaus, that means affordability and accessibility too. It's not a technology for a certain elite. And at the same time, maybe the challenge is to popularize some other novelties of Horizon Europe program. And I'm always thinking here about our missions. 4 out of 5 missions in the new Horizon Europe program are linked to the climate change. We would like to have 100 smart and climate neutral cities by 2030. All of them should be aware that thanks to the Bauhaus, they can transform the places of living for their citizens into something that is feeding this sense of belonging. That's something creative. And here, cultural and creative industries can help us a lot. So for me, that will be one of the challenges. Of course, we have to unlock all the potential of cultural and creative industries. Think about textile industry. We have now a new strategy. That's an occasion to bring them to us. Think about the artist residencies that are planned on the Creative Europe program. Think about all these places, especially those that were former industrial zones. And we have examples like this one in the European Bauhaus prizes. They can be transformed into extraordinary cultural and creative hubs. But we need those hubs not only in capitals, not only in regions that are already aware of the initiative, but we need them in all our regions. So for me, yes, cultural and creative industries can really bring this sense of proximity, this sense of that's me who is participating in this movement. And I must say that they are very mobilized. Now what we need, and I very much liked how Vesna really attacked the angle of funding with governance and with networking. So I think that, yes, now that will be one of the next steps. We need to address these challenges via networking, see how we can unlock the full potential of our extraordinary community that is there since the beginning of this movement, and at the same time to be as concrete as possible with funding, with governance, with direction, which is delivering concrete solutions for people. I believe in the strength of examples, and that will be the only one way to convince our cultural and creative industries that for them the new European Bauhaus is a chance to show again their creativity, their extraordinary talent, at the same time to show to our regions and to our mayors that with innovation, with education and culture, they can tackle these difficult issues linked to the Green Deal. It's not obvious in some of the regions, it's not obvious in some of the member states, but with the new European Bauhaus, the participation of innovation, education, research and cultural and creative communities, we have more chances to succeed.
Wonderful. So basically, we're talking about distributed, transgenerational, as I mentioned, cross-disciplinary, and radically inclusive, we would say, right?
Yeah. So the Nev Go South movement is going on, and thinking in the long term, what kind of results are you expecting to obtain out of this experience?
Well, mainly, of course, as we are focused on high-level education, our goals are to change our curricula, to introduce new contents, to make the improvements that are needed in order that some of these matters take place in our schools, in our university environments. But I think it will be, in a way, quite easy because there is a growing collective awareness. And I've already mentioned COVID once, I will mention it again, because at the end, I believe that COVID, with all those negative problems that brought us, also help to create the awareness of our limitations as species. And I think somehow there's this coincidence between COVID and this renovation wave of an European Bauhaus as the real beginning of the 21st century, because in the 20th century, all the improvements on technology were to make us believe that we were amazing and we could be whatever we wanted and do whatever we could. And now we face the reality of the limitations of our planet, the limitations of humankind, if we go on further with this way of being. So I think for NEB South, it's quite important to understand these limitations and what we can do in our particular territories. So it's very important that we continue to combine the efforts of students, of teachers, of everybody that is interested, of researchers. And at the end, because we believe, as Commissioner Gabriel already said, that education is really important to change mindsets, and it's really important to change our cultural background in those things that it needs to change. So I think it's our main goal, so we hope we can address it, yes. Thank you.
If I can react, because I fully agree with what Teresa said, maybe just to give another example how we can bring other people to us and to have more participants. When we talk about higher education, don't forget that in the new European strategy for universities, we are saying that our universities are the drivers for the green transition and the digital, of course, and that was a shift, the COVID. So we need to seize the momentum. That's why I would like just to bring to your attention the importance of the European Universities Alliances. That's our European universities of the future. They are working on this issue. What we would like to see is now a challenge-based approach with recognition for these skills, because we have to talk much more about the green skills. I must say that they are very active, they are pioneers, and some of them already started with a very concrete idea to have a massive online course for free for every single citizen. And that's what I would like to say. On one side, it's really to encourage them to continue to work in this direction, from the curricular to the recognition and the interoperability and all these questions, and very ecosystem approach, to the necessity maybe to our partners and friends of the European Bauhaus to speak to the European Universities Alliances how much their experience on the ground is important and how much they can contribute for the development of these European universities of the future.
Very good. And no, education is really in the center of the movement, is one of the pillars, and to work in areas like Teresa was mentioning, some fields that are very resistant to change, but at the same time they are in the center, in the eye of the storm. So this is a good contribution to try to instigate this change. And regarding the NEB of the mountains, what kind of results are you expecting to obtain? You already mentioned the importance of the youngest, but can you elaborate more on some of the expectations and the vision that the movement has?
Yes, absolutely. I would like to start saying that one aspect that has been mentioned very often, also when dealing with structural funds, is that mountains are areas with natural handicaps. And right from the beginning, because I was working with structural funds, right from the beginning, I always felt really bad, because we are not areas with natural handicaps, it's challenges. And we are, let's say, areas that can provide a big richness and a lot of opportunities. And our president, Mr. Arno Kompatscher, it's, let's say now, I would like to say at least 2 years, that he has started really a campaign to bring sustainability. Sustainability in each corner of our territory. In the smallest valley, in the smallest village, sustainability, and really to let's say, valorize what we are as territory, mountains, rural areas. And so the New European Bauhaus initiative is really, I must say, something that couldn't be more welcome to us, because this has also led to a very concrete, let's say, initiative that will be the Sustainability Days that we organize this year for the first time. A little bit of publicity, between the 6th and the 9th of September in South Tyrol. And those Sustainability Days, they will also focus on the New European Bauhaus initiative. And so I would like to say that this is one really, really concrete initiative, and others will be elaborated from the 7 working groups. So above all, concentrating on education and also on dissemination in all different sectors. So architects, who is in the, let's say, wood production and so on, because wood is also one of our smart specialization strategies, sectors. So everything is, let's say, coming together somehow in this new European Bauhaus initiative. And I would like to say that maybe one big challenge will be, as I already said, bringing this, canalize the synergies, so not to go in all directions, but really to bring it together, because then it's also easier to communicate it with concrete examples to the citizens. And then they will be the ones that bring it forward and that give us also ideas to go on again.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question.
I think we do. Yes, go ahead.
Yes. So, Teresa, in your context, in your country, in your city, in the schools that you are in contact with, are you experiencing and witnessing some change driven by the European Bauhaus already?
Well, I would start by saying that nowadays it's not politically correct to say that you don't, you are not part of this renovation wave, or that you don't believe so. This is a good start, I think so. Even in those more conventional or more I would say not updated people, it's hard for them to keep maintaining their own the old ideas of how to do architecture, how to deal with our territorial contexts. So this is a good thing, because I think it's a good start. And what I see is that even society is more attentive and reacts more rapidly. For instance, in the reality of Porto, we understand that now anything that the decision makers try to do that could somehow press the reality of some particular values of sustainability, we always have a major reaction from society, and everything must be very well explained, even if there's a good base on what is trying to be achieved. People is very interested in knowing what is going to be done, what are we going to lose, what are we going to gain, considering all the values of sustainability, all the values of inclusion. So I think actually everybody is really more attentive, and what I also see in my particular area of architecture is that we are all starting to think more and more in nature-based solutions, in modular constructions, in sustainable materials, in energetic efficiency, trying to understand how we can know more about the technology and at the same time implement them in our designs. And this is quite challenging, because most of the times we were not used to understand all these all these effects, and we were not used as an architect to have to deal with biologists, for instance. But I think it's quite an enriching experience, and I think it's really, we are really seeing some changes, big changes in my environment. Yes.
Thank you. This holistic stance on the sustainability of the construction chain is really, really one of the greatest challenges that we have to address.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, I would add also, because I didn't mention, one of the problems of the south is also the migrations in one way, but the losing of population to the north. And in a way, this holistic vision that you are mentioning actually makes us think of all these things together. So how we can change the way we build, but how we can also create the environment for people to stay. It's also, everything is related, and I think nowadays it's more clear that we cannot establish a very neat limit for our area of expertise, and we always have to understand what's happening in the other areas and make relations and establish partnerships in order that we can really understand this way that we should change our mind, even our mindset as professionals.
Thank you. And Vesna, regarding Brussels, South Tyrol, regarding to your experience, are you also witnessing some changes in the ground taking place? Do you have a similar experience as Teresa?
Thank you. Actually, yes, absolutely. Let's say from our perspective as Brussels office, I can say that we feel much more the connection with the territory, and also, let's say, the mandate for us to work with ecosystems. So not only with different stakeholders, but ecosystems, because this is the only way. Because there is also, let's say, this opportunity then to develop new things that otherwise you would never have thought of. On the territory, I can say that there is really a growing interest, because sometimes there are persons coming, sending emails saying, is this a new European Bauhaus project? And then, I mean, how to say yes or no? So it's really starting also a conversation, a debate, and it's including more and more, let's say, people on the ground. And so the development, yes. What's also interesting that you are able, with this message, you're able to, how to say, to involve all levels, from the citizens, from the municipalities, to the politicians on the provincial, say, level, because you simply have to find the right words to communicate the same concept. But sometimes it's really, let's say, the wording that makes the difference, that the other person understands what you're talking about. And I don't speak about doing lobby now, but it's really simply to make it understandable, not only with the brain, but with the heart. Because once again, let's say, mountains are living in our hearts, and this is something that is, let's say, common to everybody in South Tyrol, and that's why we are also, let's say, looking for other partners around in Europe to see a little bit how they translate these feelings, emotions, also, let's say, in hard stuff, then, let's say, like governance and financing, but on the ground there is still this emotion, because this is what you can communicate.
So I would say, from what I'm getting from you, it's this idea that co-creation really depends on finding a space for common understanding, right? And this is what I think that European Bauhaus has perhaps is one of the biggest things, because this is really the core of civilized living, isn't it? Yeah. So I don't know if there's any
these
closing
words of Vesna are very much resonating with you, Michaela, I guess, because that was one of the main recommendations.
Maybe you
at the
can
high
take
level.
the mic, because it sounds like our mix-up.
Well, thank you very much, Vesna, because I think that we have a chance that Michaela is with us, because I'm sure that your words are resonating, Michaela, for you, Michaela, is part of the high-level expert group, because very, very rapidly we already underlined these needs to improve our efforts on communication, to find always these simple words that will touch hearts, emotion, that will really talk to people. But here I would like to react on one point. You are right, we need really to help people that would like to develop their ideas, and that's why we are working on the NEP Compass. That's supposed to be the tool that will help the developers to translate their ambitions and ideas into projects where the principles of the new European Bauhaus are implemented. And I think that here we need to address this double challenge. On one side, yes, there is already a lot of projects that are implemented. We need to give them more visibility, greater recognition. But what I discovered during my visits in our member states, that there is existing projects and they are even not aware that these projects already fulfill all the criteria to be labeled as a new European Bauhaus project. So that's why for me this challenge should be addressed as soon as possible. And of course, again, the beautiful word synergy, how not only to connect different communities, but different tools, and how to make these tools simpler for use, user-friendly. That's what people are asking for, and I fully agree with our participants. There is a lot of challenges ahead of us, but at the same time, don't forget that in only 1.5 years, we achieved a lot. What I would like to preserve is this emotion, this creativity, always looking forward, one step ahead of the time, if I may say. That's what we are asking, coming from the new European Bauhaus community. And that's why, yes, I'm saying that because I listened to some of the messages, and now we have the new European Bauhaus as horizontal priority in a lot of initiatives. Lighthouses demonstrators, but we need to see results in order to convince much more people. We have innovation, and don't forget, we have some other initiatives. In Erasmus+, we have some novelties like Green Erasmus, and this time I'm really expecting that our young people with the new European Bauhaus will show what that means to be engaged in this green transition. Another example, just to mention, we have our e-twinning platform, which is the biggest platform where teachers, schools are working together. Every year they have a particular topic on which they work, and this year the topic, the theme of the year is the new European Bauhaus. Even the Innovative Teaching Award is dedicated to the new European Bauhaus this year. So I think that yes, that can be quite frustrating sometimes, but at the same time, yes, preserve this wish to see the new European Bauhaus in all these tools, instruments and policies that will help the initiative to scale, to be more visible and to be as concrete as possible, not only for big, but especially for small-scale projects and people that individually need, thanks to the new European Bauhaus, to show that they have been drivers for the green transition.
These are wonderful closing words, I would say. Thank you so much, Commissioner Gabriel. And
And I would like also to thank and to congratulate also Teresa and Vesna for your projects, and thanks for your time and for sharing with us your works.
A round of applause for our speakers.
And a round of applause too, perhaps, for our two moderators, Juan Pedro and Michaela. A very interesting discussion, and words that stuck with me from what I heard from you, ladies, is curiosity, open-mindedness, multidisciplinary, holistic hardware, software, and the importance always, of course, of the right words to reach hearts and minds, and user-friendly tools. That is something that is very important in life. Thank you so much for those interesting insights. Ladies and gentlemen, for now, here we take a break online too. So the stage can be set for the actual official opening of the new European Bauhaus, because everything you've had so far is actually an extra, a prelude to the official opening with President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, present in Rome, but we'll be linking up to Rome. So be back at 1 o'clock sharp, please, for the next segment of this day. Thank you very much. See you at 1.
Hold up.
Hello, hello again, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Gare Maritime in Brussels and out there online joining us from wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the official opening of the new European Bauhaus Festival. In the next 4 days, expertise will be shared, innovative ideas will be presented, and artists will show their work. All over Brussels, but also in many other places in Europe and beyond. The new European Bauhaus Festival, I've said this before, is like an agora, where people, citizens, politicians, artists, and scientists alike meet, discuss, and inspire each other. All that with the aim to create a sustainable, beautiful world together in a spirit of the original Bauhaus of over 1 century ago. However, this festival takes place while a war is raging on European soil. It is not something that will be ignored in the next few days. On the contrary, I would say, it begs to define all the clearer the new European Bauhaus's relevance and what it should be about. Now, as I said, the festival does take place all over Europe in other European countries, not only in Brussels. So in the next hour, we will be linking up to people in other EU member states to find out what they are showcasing and what they have organized in the context of the new European Bauhaus and what they want to contribute from their perspective and from their realities. However, first we link up to Rome. That's where Ursula von der Leyen, European Commission President, is, and the world-renowned architect Francis Kéré. They will join us from Rome, led by, in the capable hands of my colleague Monica. Monica, greetings from Brussels. Ciao tutti, là in Roma.
Ciao Annelise, good morning. Ciao Annelisa. Such a pleasure seeing you there in Brussels. It's a great European morning this morning where we are able to connect, to share ideas, to share thoughts and discussions. As you mentioned, President von der Leyen is here, Francis Kéré is here. I think in a few moments we will be able to listen to their visions and perspectives, so important, especially in this moment, which is a very difficult moment, as you mentioned. But first of all, line to you, Annelise, starting from Brussels. Again, line is yours.
Grazie mille, Monica, and we will be seeing more of you and your guests in a moment. But indeed, first of all, as I said, we will be going around some European cities where people have put a lot of effort into creating their vision on the new European Bauhaus project. So, let's start. First, to Denmark, to Jens Hansens. Greetings from Brussels, Jens.
Hej Europa. Velkommen til Helsingør på denne pragtfulde junidag. It's a beautiful day here in Helsingør, Denmark, the city of Hamlet's castle Kronborg. In these days, we have, together with our Swedish partners, filled the streets with performers from all over Europe to discuss sustainability of the arts. As a theatre and a festival, it's urgent and necessary for us to pose the important question what we can do to keep our European international relations with artists in a sustainable way. The future calls for green festivals, green theatre, a green Europe, and we want to be part of that. At the moment, we are doing a Creative Europe, Perform Europe project here called Instant Dissident Slow-Mo, and I might give you a little peek of what is going on, although they are running away from me. But that's it from Denmark. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jens. Thank you so much. And on to Verena. Verena is in Austria. Verena Ringler, hello from Brussels.
Grüß Gott from Innsbruck. I'm Verena Ringler of Agora European Green Deal. And at more than 2,000 meters above sea level, high in the clouds, we stage a celebration of soil, seeds, and our human senses. Mountain peaks like that one help us to see things in perspective and to understand that every cubic meter of healthy, living soil is the treasure for humanity. Soil is the new gold. 1 tablespoon of it has more organisms than there are people on Earth. It absorbs CO2. It gives us food and filtered water, and of course, beauty. We all love flowers. So here, Melanie, who advocates a European youth lab on soil, and Thomas, who oversees one of the world's 2 oldest genetic seed banks. Tyrol's seed bank is 100 years old. Meet Stephanie, who envisions hundreds of citizen biotopes in rural Europe, and architect Anna Heringer, who says soils from Sweden to Spain give us mud, the housing material of tomorrow. We of Agora, European Green Deal, want every person to discover the real gold under our feet.
Thank you so much, Verena, for broadening our horizons, literally, today, and for joining us. Thank you so much, all of you there in Austria. And on to Estonia. There, Anna Tomingas will tell us more about what they have in store. Anna, greetings from Brussels.
Tere! I am Anna. I'm the manager of Timber Architecture Research Center BAK at the Estonian Academy of Arts, located in Tallinn, Estonia. BAK, as a research center, deals with 3 major topics: the green revolution in construction, the digital revolution in the industry, and new methods of designing prefabricated and modular wooden buildings. Today, we are connecting from Krulli Quarter, which is an old production plant here in Tallinn, dating back to the 19th century. It will go under development in a few years, and over 12,000 apartments will be built here. And so, over the past semester, our architecture students have been working on solutions for apartment buildings in this quarter. And today, a pop-up exhibition, especially organized for the new European Bauhaus Festival, called Rekrulli, Constructing Spatial Culture, will be opened. We have, as you can see, 8 different studies here with project descriptions and modules. The studio's objective was to develop flexible architecture from sustainable materials based on digital design and fabrication. But we were looking at possible ways of living together beyond the usual apartment association ownership model. So we welcome you here in Tallinn, and please come and visit us at the Estonian Academy of Arts. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Anna, for talking to us from Tallinn, from a location, a venue that looks a bit like the Gare Maritime, if you ask me. And on to Helen Fronius in Germany. Hi, Helen. I'm looking forward to hearing what you have in store for us. Greetings from Brussels to you too.
Hallo aus Deutschland. This is first Jutta speaking to you from Weimar in Germany. The original Bauhaus was founded here in our main building of Bauhaus Universität Weimar by Walter Gropius in 1919. At that time, Bauhaus students were seeking a socially inclusive and aesthetic way of life, not so much different from today. In 2022, we add a more sustainable way of life. For this aim, our 4 faculties, architecture and urbanism, civil engineering, art and design, and media, work together on an interdisciplinary basis. You see, we are an institution which embraces its role as a partner in the new European Bauhaus. Now, Helen is pleased to tell you about our first festival event.
Thank you very much. Tomorrow, we will have a full day of hands-on workshops and lively discussions here at the university itself and also in the town of Weimar, where we will be engaging with its citizens about how to make where we live more sustainable. How can we work towards a future where neighborhoods serve their diverse communities whilst also contributing towards protecting our environment? We'll be asking how to safeguard heritage buildings, of which Weimar has very many, whilst also improving their climate credentials. Architects, planners, campaigners, and scientists will be in dialogue with a young generation of international students. Our event brings together other partner institutions from the region to create a hub for the new European Bauhaus here in Weimar. We wish good luck to all the other event organizers across Europe, each working towards change in their region.
Thank you very much to Helen and Jutta. And last but not least, for this first round of Europe Vision, we move to Cyprus, to Kyriaki Costa. Hello and greetings from Brussels to you too.
Hi, kalispera σε όλους. My name is Kyriaki Costa and I'm joining you from the streets of my city, Nicosia in Cyprus. Thank you for inviting us to join you today. I am an artist and the director of Phaneromeni 70, which is a non-profit organization dedicated to social research that was launched in 2005. We celebrate Cypriot art, study the urban and natural landscape in our country, and incorporate local tradition in our work while engaging our audiences to observe contemporary culture. Our main goal is to showcase the different layers of Nicosia and Cyprus through the eyes of the other, the local, the tourist, the passerby. We are happy to present the second part of our project Topophilia under the framework of the new European Bauhaus Festival. It is a series of events focusing on the coexistence of nature and culture in the city of Nicosia. Over the coming weeks, we will host workshops, exhibitions, discussions, and screenings, inviting visitors to exchange perspectives in our city whilst imagining a sustainable and ecological future together. This program is co-curated with Antigone Mikhail and Nikolaos Akrididis and realized in collaboration with the Municipality Arts Center, the Ministry of Education, and the Tourist Board. We are looking forward to take this journey with you and discover a new layer of Nicosia.
Thank you so much for joining us from Cyprus. So that was it for our first Europe Vision round in Europe. There's more to follow, but at least now we've got an idea of the ideas and ideals that are inspired by the new European Bauhaus project in all these European cities and in all these European citizens. But now, back to Rome, back to Monica for the discussion. Monica, the floor is yours. Take it away.
Thanks, Anneliese. Thank you. Thank you for this amazing tour through ideas and values in Europe. So, we're so proud here in Rome to open the session of this festival of the new European Bauhaus. Let me just give the floor for an introduction, for a note, to President of Maxi, Giovanna Melandri. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, first of all, good luck and greetings from Rome. Good luck to all the venues that are connected with us. Hello, Minister Franceschini. Thank you for being with us. And so honored to welcome to Maxi Ursula von der Leyen, President of the EU Commission. We admire so much your strong leadership, Madam President. Europe is our home, and Europe is leading the way. Land of change, of experimentation, with a Green New Deal, with the energy transition, with a just transition, with a human, non-extractive project for artificial intelligence, with the recent guidelines for fair minimum wages. Our firm stand, I don't want to forget this, our firm stand with Ukraine for its freedom against a brutal criminal aggression, and your commitment to the reconstruction of Ukraine in a sustainable way. And the new European Bauhaus is the soul of this vision. Let's not miss it. We were discussing it this morning. The house is burning. The crisis we are witnessing calls for audacity and depth of vision comparable to that fruitful and, alas, too short season of last century. We really must rethink more or less everything from a post-anthropocentric point of view. The new European Bauhaus Festival lands here at Maxi, a museum designed by a woman and with a majority of women on board, in a very special time for us, and finds us in a process of deep change. We call it Grande Maxi, Greater Maxi, a project inspired by the Bauhaus paradigm, sustainability, inclusion, innovation, beauty, which we want to turn into action here. And we will, with a very important investment, thanks to our government, which will turn this museum into something more, together with the ecosystem of the Italian Bauhaus, which is rich and is very much active. The push toward this evolution comes both from the inner interdisciplinary scope of creativity and from global changes and challenges, from climate change to geopolitics, from the need to restore inclusion and biodiversity to the spiritual longing and cultural diplomacy's needs. Factors that all claim an original contribution from artistic communities and cultural institutions. And this was your real vision, Madam President, for which we really thank you so much. We know this. Artists discover the world before. They are future tellers, in a way. And creative communities can help us prototyping future worlds. That's why we're here for. That's what we're here for. Beauty can be a strong power for social change, and Grande Maxi is an ambitious, collective exercise. Architects, artists, designers, together with agents from science, we just discussed this morning, with environment, social studies, universities, and research institutions to design regeneration patterns together. At Maxi, and this is really my final remark, we wish to be the change we want to see in the world, reaching carbon neutrality for Zaha Hadid's architecture, which is not totally carbon neutral today, and reaching out to those who can transform built environment and spatial productions of our time. And even more a reason to warmly welcome D'Abedo Francis Gare, 2022 Pritzker Prize winner here today. Your design with clay and wood is an exercise we're all looking at with so much admiration. Our gaze in the last years, thanks to Maxi's team, has been searching for years in the Euromed region. In North Africa, Lebanon, Turkey, the Balkans, we hosted many shows of the creative communities of these countries. And we have tried to connect the Italian and European art scene to explore new path of coexistence. So happy to be able to listen to you. And again, very, very warm welcome, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Giovanna Melandri. And now the notice from Dario Franceschini, Minister of Culture.
First of all, let me thank President von der Leyen for being with us today. It's an honor. Italy is very proud to contribute to the wave of creativity in the new European Bauhaus. Italian artists, designers, architects, and creatives are shaping a more sustainable and inclusive future, where beauty meets respect for the planet and human diversity. 67 official Italian parties have organized over 50 side events contributing to the success of the festival today. Madam President, I want to thank you and to commend the work that your Commission has done for culture. I also believe that we can and we must do even more together to put culture at the center of a new vision for Europe and for your relationship with the rest of the world. A vision where change happens by design, because culture offers understanding, it offers dialogue, it brings solutions, combining social and environmental commitment. In short, it offers wisdom, and we all know how much we need it at this time. This is why we are inviting the Ministers of Culture of the Mediterranean to meet in Naples on 16th and 17th of June and to launch with the EU institution, with the member states, and with the countries from all over the Mediterranean, a new process for cultural cooperation in the region. Culture must play a key role in implementing a new agenda for the Mediterranean of the European Union. We want to make culture count even more in defining that the EU as a force for good, for more creativity and inclusive green societies in the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean is a sea of culture all around us. We want to make full use of the power of culture to ensure that the voice of the EU is heard clearly on its shores and across the world, so that it brings us closer as human beings and more united in peace. Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Let me just tell you that it's a great privilege discussing with you, Mrs. President, and discussing with you, Francis Gare, this issue, which is an issue that has a lot to do with our future. Basically, we're discussing the way we will live, the kind of society we're going to build. So, President von der Leyen, in these 3 days, there will be more than 200 events around Europe. We just had a taste of this morning. So, what do you expect from that?
Yes, so I expect a huge celebration of the spirit of the new European Bauhaus. And indeed, it's amazing to see 200 events all around Europe. More than 100 showcases in Brussels itself. But you here in Rome and you here in Italy, you are so enthusiastic, you're so engaged, you're so much the front runners. So first of all, I really want to thank you what you are doing, and I hope the camera can once go into the public to show how packed the room is to celebrate the new European Bauhaus. And what I expect is, let me a little bit explain how I see the role of the new European Bauhaus. We all know that we are at a limit. For too many decades, we have polluted, we have wasted, we have extracted, we have taken more from the planet than we have given back. And we know there needs to be a turnaround. We know there needs to be a change. And basically, this is the European Green Deal. But the European Green Deal has to be a lot about the climate law, legislative texts, evidence from science, figures, impact assessments. This is important. It is the frame we need to change. But we thought when we started the European Green Deal, something is missing. Something is missing, which is a grassroots movement by the people. And therefore we say it is the heart and the soul of the European Green Deal is the new European Bauhaus. Because the new European Bauhaus says we know out there are so many initiatives, so much knowledge, so much expertise. You in your arts or engineering or other craftsmen and women, whatever section you're in, you know so much and you want to contribute. Let's channel this in the new European Bauhaus. And this is the idea behind the new European Bauhaus, the spirit of the new European Bauhaus. And finally, what I expect also is not only celebrate ourselves, but look forward and say, where can we contribute better? And this is the topic of Ukraine. Indeed, we will have this afternoon a debate with the mayor of Mariupol and Ukrainian architects. And my friends, we will reconstruct Ukraine. We have to do that, and we will do that. And I think it is not only in our interest, it's our moral obligation to do that. But when we are reconstructing Ukraine, of course owned by Ukraine, let's do it in the right way. Let's do it in the spirit of the new European Bauhaus. And this is my message basically to the festival. Let's start to fulfill this vision and move forward. Thank you.
Incredible vision. Thank you so much. I'll be back to you in a second about Ukraine and what we can do out there, even in terms of energy. But let me tell you that I'm a big fan of Francis Gare. So it's quite easy to me having the chance to talk to him, not just because he's a great architect, this year the greatest, but because he has had a life in a country where the discussion with the culture, nature, and society can be the basis of the future or can simply be non-existent. You decided to put it at the center of the scene. Do you think that these kind of discussions could be useful for the future of buildings and the way we build our structures and future? Oh, Mike.
Okay. Wow. Great. I mean, I cannot start to answer without highlighting the fact that someone being at the top of power take time and invest energy to launch this idea. Thank you for having this initiative. Politics need to create a frame and be a front rider, and you show it through this Mammoth project, which involve all Europe. So the thing that is interesting to me, and what most here potentially don't know about it, is talking about our neighbor, your neighbor, Africa. This and our neighbor that is really looking to you. If you do things here great, they will copy it. If you do it wrong, they will copy it. And that is why I think it's so important that a leader just put this in the calendar and to try to really make this become a big, big event. Of course, events like this helps a lot. She is not dealing simply with the political deals. I love the fact that you said we're gonna create law and whatever frame to allow that kind of ideas happen. And those events are places where you could share and we could talk. We see that it's coming from really the very top because she has the power to do it and she could haven't done it. You have many, many people that passed before her and we haven't seen that initiative to tackle these big challenges that we are facing. Climate change. And so, again, thank you to you. I think that it shows that we are together. If you just start to do like in a little corner by your own, it is good. But this meeting today, this launching of this Bauhaus, new Bauhaus, will create a strong impact. And however you do, in that kind of meetings, if you show examples, if you let people know that using renewable materials and energy, neutral material should be our future, should help shape our future, then you're really convincing. People see it is in the political calendar. It's not like paying lip services, but it is a big concern. So that's why I think that kind of gathering are important.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. So, not just a slogan or a headline, but a change. President von der Leyen, you just mentioned Ukraine, and you gave us this incredible vision. But nevertheless, New European Bauhaus is the, let's say, cultural dimension added to the Green Deal. Do you think that what we're going through, this war in Ukraine, will have an impact, or is a good reason for a stop in this process? Or we have to move forward anyway?
Yeah, Francis Gare just said it. If we get it wrong, you'll copy. If we get it right, you'll copy. So we have to get it right. Also with this atrocious war. And there is a paradox happening right now. Because you know that the Russian economy is basically based on fossil fuels. It's oil, it's coal, it's gas, and we are heavily depending in the European Union on these fossil fuels. Because of this horrible war that Putin has unleashed against Ukraine, we have decided to get rid of our dependency on Russian fossil fuels. That's good. Get rid of our dependency on any fossil fuels. That's good. Now we have to get it right. And it is not easy, because in the short term, we have to diversify away from Russia to other reliable suppliers. But we have to be very careful that we are not locked in with the new suppliers that replace, for example, gas, but that we immediately move on to renewable energy. So to invest massively into sun, into wind, into hydropower, into hydrogen, you name it. And this is now the task for all of us in the European Union, to really move forward and show the way with the renewables. What is reassuring for me is to see the initiatives in Europe. For example, a few weeks ago, I was at a so-called wind summit in Denmark, where 4 member states said, we together in the North Sea will create a wind park that, when we're done with our goals, is able to supply the energy for 50 million homes in the European Union just by wind, the whole energy consumption, or solar strategy to really move forward in that. So we are at a watershed moment, also not only geopolitically, but also in view of the European Green Deal. There's a second dimension. We have started the so-called renovation wave, because we should not forget that 40% of our CO2 emissions come from buildings, heating and cooling. 40%, that's a lot. But it's also an opportunity to change a lot, to improve a lot. And there comes in, of course, the built environment. All those who are dealing with the built environment have a responsibility now. We invest more than 50 billion euros, but of course, we need not only the investment, we need your expertise, your knowledge, your ideas, your innovation behind it to really make it sustainable. And here, I wish you would have been with me this morning in the Academy, the Pontifical Academy, to see the slideshow of Francis Gare. It was breathtaking to see what he has created as schools, as hospitals, houses, parliaments, museums, all nature-based solutions. So natural material, clay and wood and straw and wool, and you know better than me, with an incredible beauty, because what did he do? He copied nature. And what can be more beautiful than nature itself and more scientific than nature itself? So you're really a front runner. I'm amazed, Francis.
Thank you so much. Francis, now I'm afraid, after this endorsement, I'm afraid you got to give us a little bit of your vision. What drives you when you think of a building that can be far away in a jungle or in a remote place, or it can become also a big building somewhere in an urban context. Give us your vision.
No, okay. I mean, wow. When I step out from the aircraft this morning, I was almost dying for sleep. And then I came, I met to the audience, and then Ursula. It was like so much energy in the room. And now I'm cooking because it's even more energy in the room, you know? And so the thing is so important to now. It's about being resilient, you know? I mean, so we have big concerns. It has been said, but I mean, if we want to let a better world for our kids, we have to go another way. I'm sure it's not just the politician and not just the architect. It is everyone here. Everyone in his profession, but everyone as human. And the big problem we're facing, if you start, it's not easy. People may not understand, but it's also important to stand. If you stand, look at me. You know, I'm coming from a little tiny village. And when I have this chance to access education in Germany, I came for a training, 18 months training, and honestly, I discovered the potential in this country. It's not just the food, and not just that if you work, you get paid. You had access to education, so I just grabbed it, and I did it. I went back to Burkina, start to work. Now I'm building, and I would recommend everyone to be resilient, have a vision, really work hard for it. Don't really follow the fashion. If you do that, everyone is doing the same. But follow, the way you could just use your skills to serve humanity. I will always say we all deserve quality. And that is important, no matter where we are. And then we all can contribute to create this. We should not wait. And that's why I like that kind of discussion. It allowed us to understand that the leaders are open for that, and then we are all in one boat. It is the mother planet. It's our only home. If we just destroy it by exploiting it by using fossil energy to the end, but where should we go? I know that some people are trying to get a rocket and travel to up, but to the moon. Then I think it is also good that a lot of us get together and really dare to change this planet and make it a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Such an important message. Ursula von der Leyen, obviously you're stressing this idea of European Green Deal, and Europe has the means to reach it, 2030, 2050. There's also another side of this issue, which is the social side of it, being sustainable on a social level when it comes to Europe and when it comes to other countries, like African countries that have a much worse financial or economic situation. So how can you keep the two sides together, the social sustainability and the ability to get to the result?
Yes. So whatever we do in the European Green Deal, we look at the principle of Europe. We have in Europe the social market economy, and it's based on the principle that, yes, there is investment and benefits and prosperity, but we have to make sure that everyone takes part in it. No one is left behind. And the same is for the European Green Deal. This transformation is huge. And we know that vulnerable households or smallest businesses have little room to maneuver. So in whatever we do from the legal perspective in the European Green Deal comes along with a social element in it, be it a just transition fund for regions that have to go a longer way forward to reach our goals, or be it the social climate fund we are just debating in Parliament and the Council to compensate with the high energy prices actually created through fossil fuels, the gas prices, that we can compensate vulnerable households and smallest businesses to really go along with us this long way of transformation. But this, in a broader sense, also translates to our neighborhood and our neighbor, Africa. The two of us, like in any neighborhood, if we do it together, we're going to be stronger and do it better. And what I said initially, that we are leaving behind the fossil fuels, of course also says we are going into the renewables. And if I look at our neighbors in Africa, you have the resources for renewable energy in abundance. What wind is concerned, what sun is concerned, but also hydropower, the preconditions for hydrogen. So we've understood that together with our neighbors, if we do it right, we develop the renewable energies that will fuel in a positive, climate-friendly way the future of this planet. And therefore, the investment is very much geared towards that. We call the investment Global Gateway, 150 billion euros that are just designed for doing this transformation together, establishing the new form of energy we will have. and working on these new paths together with each other. And here I think another principle is important, which I learned during the pandemic. In the pandemic, it was extremely difficult. And we started to learn, yes, in the short term, perhaps you have to bring vaccines to the continent. But what you really have to make sure is that the technology for producing vaccines is established in Africa. That's what we do right now. Or the same now with the food crisis we are facing. Perhaps in the short term, you have to bring food. But what you have to do in parallel is establish the technologies on the continent, for example, for precision farming, for nanotechnologies, for fertilizers, so completely new technologies for a drier age, so that in Africa itself is the technology to produce what is necessary. And this goes also, of course, for the renewables in the European Green Deal. Only together will we be successful, and we want to rediscover the power of Africa.
Again, this idea of, that's amazing, because this idea of being together, of working together, of including people and countries, it's at the basis of all these initiatives. And Francisca, if you have to look at the future in terms of architecture, what could you spot out as the key elements, and what are the mistakes, the big mistakes that have been done and shouldn't be done again?
Okay. I mean, it's always easy to point out what has been done wrong or to accuse people. But I think here is the general situation. I mean, our big enemy is our inability really to change. So what we do is to pretend if we preserve the situation quo and we make some cosmetic changes, then we are sustainable, or we have good buildings. I mean, this is not the situation. We know that we need to be much more strong. I don't want to say radical, but sort of. If not, there will not be progress. And that's what I see is one of the the issues that is still now a big problem. In the past, we believe in technology. We were thinking with technology in construction field, with very modern material, new materials, we're gonna make it. But it has proven wrong. Let me go back and take asbestos, which has been called like, wow, the modern material that we could use. As I know from Germany, that is the place where I live and see, you have to replace all of these because it made people sick and it costs a lot of resources. So we have to really be careful and think for the long term, really what is really good for us, for our future, and then go ahead. Those are things that I think should not be done again. But again, in gatherings like this, I think I'm not the one that will say negative and negative. We have to make sure that we say, hey, look at. That is the big hope, If someone like me that just came from a little place really consider that in his DNA, working with nature, trying to see how I can take a material that is available in the place and use it in the best, smart way, can be on stage with President Ursula. It's showing us that is optimism, a lot of optimism, and that is what we have to spread. It's not too late, but it's important to know about it and start to fight for it. That's what I think I see the future.
Thank you. Not too late. Not too late, but let's start to fight for it. Before handing back to Brussels, this last word, this is a platform for change. Do you remember the day that you decided to launch this initiative? Why? You said, okay, this is going to be the new European Bauhaus.
It was 2 years ago in the State of the Union, the speech for the State of the Union. And there we had started already So now I'm 3 years in the mandate. So we had started the European Green Deal actually 100 days after taking office, then the pandemic hit. So there was a lot going on. But as I said initially, I had the idea the soul, the heart is missing. And this was the moment when I realized you need this bottom-up movement from the people, for the people, and this is the new European Bauhaus.
Thank you. It has been a privilege being with you, Francis. Thank you, President von der Leyen. Francis, go ahead. You wanted, Annelies, just a second, because Francis Gare wanted to add one word. So,
no, just to say thank you for organizing all of these. And I love Italy. I mean, I've been teaching it. I love Italy. And then of course, I love Rome. And I love Milan. We're doing now with Estrilia Vodo and Stefano Boeri, we're doing the Triennale in Milan. It's about unknown unknowns, which is like a way to explore what we ignore. And there's a lot about it, what we ignore. And I'm thinking about the positive thing. Europe has energy. And if you use it, we can inspire the world. But if we keep stacking like this, it won't work.
Great,
it won't work.
Great
Thank
message.
you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you again, President von der Leyen. Annelisa, super sorry. This was out of program, but you know, people come to Italy and they say they love Italy. You know, it happens. This is life. So back to you in Brussels, Annelies.
Well, what's not to love in Italy and in Rome, of course, Monica. Thank you so much for this stimulating conversation, but I would like to invite all of you to Brussels too. There's much to love here too. Also, I love the idea of putting the Bauhaus in an international context, a wider international context, reaching out to our neighbors. Now, there's someone here, well, not here, who wanted to be here, but who really appreciates the new European Bauhaus concept and idea, and who wanted to share her enthusiasm for this initiative. It's Roberta Metsola, the President of the European Parliament, and she sent us this video message.
Dear festival goers and participants, the new European Bauhaus initiative was, like its 20th century predecessor, designed to address the contemporary challenges facing our societies. Created as a part of the EU's Green Deal, it aims to unite the arts with science and technology, a combination with which we can create a more sustainable future. Culture plays such a strong role in our lives. It shapes our values, our characters, and our identities. So as our sustainability ambitions increase further, they must be aligned with our investment in arts and culture. This is why it is so important to celebrate festivals like this one, festivals where people across the continent get to engage with content that calls to our minds, senses, and hearts. This festival is just the start of many projects that will link citizens of Europe with the Green Deal. Our principles are committed to keeping you, the people of Europe, at the center of our agenda. And we hope that you will rediscover your urban landscapes and embrace the environmentally friendly developments. I hope that you benefit from the co-creative spaces that will be available for the next 4 days. Whether you are joining in online or in person, know that everyone is welcome, included, and encouraged to work together. Whether you are an engineer, a student, an artist, or anyone who believes in a durable and efficient future, join us in celebrating a new creative movement.
Roberta Metzola's message. We've been hopping around the European continent, and there's much more to see. So I suggest we continue our journey and we move on to Bulgaria, to Kirill Valchev. Kirill, greetings from Brussels.
Hello from Sofia. I'm Kirill Valchev. I'm Director General of Bulgarian News Agency, BTA. Today, BTA puts out more than 10,000 news items and 3,000 photos daily from Bulgaria and abroad. BTA is one of oldest news agencies in the world. Our first news was published in 1898. In 1960, BTA moved here in this new home called the Palace of Journalism. It was designed by architect Evgeny Zidarov and was among the most modern buildings in Sofia. As an official partner of initiative New European Bauhaus, BTA is organizing today a hybrid site event. The discussion is about the transformation of BTA building and the environment in front of BTA within the values of Bauhaus as beautiful, sustainable, and inclusive. We make exhibition of ideas and conceptual projects how students from our partners, Forest University and University of Architecture in Sofia, see transformation. And you can see great ideas behind me among the evergreen plants to make water walls and spheres with holographics of remarkable buildings from countries from where BTA broadcasts news, to make an information wave on the facade to which to hide the air conditioners, and also to turn the roof into a garden with cafeteria. We hope to find more partners, part of Bauhaus initiative, to turn our building into a BTA house. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kirill. And through the wonders of technology, we swiftly move to Latvia, to Zenloka. Hello from Brussels.
Sveiki visiem! Hello to everyone. My name is Zane Locha, and I am sending you greetings from Latvia. Liepāja city, which is situated at the Baltic Sea and is also known as the city where the wind is born. The Latvian Association of Local and Regional Governments is joining the festival of New European Bauhaus with the side event devoted to global education with the title Make-A-Wish, Creative Places of Learning and Growing Together for Better Global Future. The event is taking place today, and we have already spent the first part of the day in discussions on different places and ways of learning, storytelling in libraries, creative activities in international summer camps for children and youth, as well as the role of documentary films in promoting cohesion in society. And now, we are fully into the creation of the Wish Tree Garden near the gymnasium in Liepāja, as the wishes is the basis for a beautiful future we are creating together. Thank you and see you.
Bauhaus Ideas in Action in Latvia. Thank you for that. And on to Romania. Hello, Valentin Muresin. Greetings from Brussels.
Bună ziua! I'm actually Cristina Potra Mureșan, saying hello from Romania, Timișoara. We are here at Greenfield in the midst of our community gardens, and are happy to connect both locally and remotely to other people who care about nature and about our future together. Right now, the youngsters are having a calligraphy workshop, practicing to create messages that are meaningful and also beautiful. While over here, we are in the process of preparing a sustainable picnic with focus on local and seasonal products, and also on reducing waste. Actually, over the next 3 days, there will be all sorts of activities happening, from tending to the beehives to a kids' gardening workshop to building an insect hotel, and lots of running and cycling. Tonight, our partners from Liberty Marathon will organize a training run connecting the Western University Community Garden to Greenfield, the two locations that are part of the Healthy Places project, which is a finalist at this year's NEB prizes. Tomorrow, there will be another run that will celebrate 11 years of Alergotura, a local amateur runners club, and also a great community of volunteers. We even have a satellite event happening in Italy, in Sardinia, organized by our friends and partners from Città della Terra Cruda. So as you can see, we are a large and diverse community, and we are all the happier now to feel part of the NEB family. And I would like to conclude by saying that we are looking forward to all the activities happening in Brussels and elsewhere during the NEB Festival.
Thank you so very much. And moving from the east to the west, we go to Sonia García Fraile in Spain. Greetings from Brussels.
Hola, soy Sonia García Fraile desde la Sala Cambio de Sentido en Fundación 11 Madrid. At Fundación 11, we work for the inclusion of people with disabilities, and through the Sala Cambio de Sentido exhibition place, we are aligned with the new European Bauhaus goals. It's sustainable because by considering accessibility from the beginning, the cost is minimal. It's inclusive because the space and the contents are fully accessible. The exhibiting artists have disabilities, and we collaborate in the labor inclusion of these artists, facilitating their access to the art market. And because we contribute to the elimination of prejudices about artistic creation by people with disabilities. And it's beautiful because accessibility does not imply ugliness. A well-implemented accessibility is the one that is perceived because it has been successfully integrated. We are in the Sala Cambio de Sentido, a space where disability is the protagonist, either because the exhibiting artists have disabilities or because disability has inspired the work exhibited. The exhibition I'm showing, it's from the artist Ángel Baltasar, and its name, Éxodos y Romerías, made up of 7 pieces, and it can be visited today and tomorrow morning here at the headquarters of the Fundación 11 in Madrid during the festival, but also until the end of August. We hope to see you all, and you are cordially invited. Thank you so much.
Thank you in Spain. And on to the Czech Republic, where we will be landing. What have you going on, David Horak? And greetings from Brussels, by the way.
Dobrý den, hello everyone. My name is David Severa and I come from a beautiful, wonderful student town of Brno. Just now the weather is not so nice. It's live, so it's raining cats and dogs, but we are in the process of an event called Second Home, Sharing the City. Our event's goal is to connect people who are interested in the way we live, since we spend more than half of our lives in the shared public spaces. For example, schools, public squares, cafes, and everything. We try to connect as many people who are interested in these topics together so they can figure out better ways to improve the way we live. We co-organize the event with Faculty of Architecture, so we have a bit of impact on the architecture and urbanism as well. And just now I am being covered by a new European Bauhaus project, sort of. It's a plastic, it's from Plastic Guys, and it's from upcycled plastic, and it's really saving the event since it started really raining. We are having a networking session in the progress, so I'm just going to show you a bit of the people hiding before the rain. And these are our creatives who are discussing the possibilities how to improve public spaces. We believe that European Bauhaus for us is about continuous dialogue, about connecting people from different squares. We are creative hub, so we decided to put our creatives in work and try to involve them on the process of forming a wonderful time. Thank you, and hope the weather is better wherever you are. See you.
It is better here. Thank you to the bad boys in Brno and to all the others, of course. And so this is the end of our sampling of what's going on in different European countries in the context of the Bauhaus Festival. But let's get back to Rome for one last time. Monica, it was a pleasure to share the stage with you, an honor to, in my case, and to hear you talk with your guests. I hope you enjoyed our tour d'Europe, our vision of Europe.
Annelies, it has been amazing. We were all here clapping and laughing sometimes, and you gave us an incredible energy. So I think this is the basic message. Thank you on behalf of everyone here in Maxi, again, President von der Leyen, Francis Gare, Giovanna Melandri, and everybody in the room. And thanks for what you're doing in these incredible days of the festival. And good luck for that. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. And Thank you to your guests and to your hosting the event in Rome, by Rome, for now. So, ladies and gentlemen, online, we are leaving you now for approximately a quarter of an hour, and then we will be back with more, so don't go off too far. See you soon. See you back here at the Gare Maritime in 15 minutes.
Hold up.
that were a quick couple of minutes. Welcome back online, you too. Welcome back for this afternoon session of the first day of the new European Bauhaus Festival. We are continuing our series of panel discussions. Over 100 days of war in Ukraine, a conference or a festival like this would be irrelevant if it didn't address the question of what discussions on sustainability, on beauty, on doing things together mean for millions of Ukrainians fleeing their homes, suffering while their country is being destroyed by Russian military. So can the answers to the immediate needs of Ukraine be aligned with ideas about a sustainable and inclusive Europe? That question lies at the heart of our next discussion. Alisa de Carbonell, Director for the Europe and Central Asia Program of the International Crisis Group, has kindly accepted to act as a moderator for this panel discussion. So, Ms. de Carbonell, the floor is all yours. Good luck.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here and with such an interesting panel of people. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has led to the biggest and fastest developing humanitarian crisis since World War II in Europe. A third of Ukrainians, pre-invasion population of some 41 million, have fled their homes in the first 3 months only since Russia's military assault. Some 7 million people have left the country, though more than 2 million have returned, despite the dangers. But many no longer have homes to return to. Their cities have been razed. Some 8 million are internally displaced in Ukraine. Within and without Ukraine, communities, civil society, volunteers have stepped in to try to meet their needs. The creative sector and other partners of the new European Bauhaus have been active as well, including with innovative projects, which we'll hear about today, like the paper partition system to offer privacy for refugees in temporary accommodation. The challenge now is going to be scaling up and maintaining such an effort to meet the dire needs of this population over the long haul, and doing so in a way that's sustainable and inclusive. Rebuilding Ukraine, when the fighting stops, will require huge effort, including of willpower. If anything, the Ukrainian people have shown they have that kind of resilience and spirit in abundance. So we have a truly unique panel today to speak about the difficult road ahead. Sergei Orlov, the deputy mayor of Mariupol, a name that has become synonymous with Russia's brutal siege tactics in Ukraine, will be joining remotely. We have Oleg Drozdov, who is here. He's also come from Ukraine just this morning. He's the chief architect of a firm in his name and the co-founder of the School of Architecture in Kharkiv, once Ukraine's second largest city, which has also come under heavy Russian bombardment. He helps lead the Urban Coalition for Ukraine, which looks for ways to achieve quick results through collaboration. Snezhka Kwadvlig-Mikhailovich is the Secretary General of Europa Nostra. She has dedicated her life to championing Europe's shared values and shared cultural heritage, working with all EU institutions, the Council of Europe and UNESCO. Ruth Shaugamon is the founder of Vice Versa Architecture and Maiden. She has served as a member of the Executive Board of the Architects Council of Europe, where she is currently president. And Hubert Tramer is an architect from Poland and a member of the high-level roundtable of the new European Bauhaus. He's a teacher, and he's a nominating expert for the European Union Prize for Contemporary Architecture, Mies van der Rohe Award. So with that, I think we'd like to, we have Oleg online. So I'd just like to turn to you immediately and let you tell us where you're joining from today.
Hello, my name is Sergey. I like to welcome all colleagues, all partners, all participants of our conference. My name is Sergey Orlov. I'm the Deputy Mayor of Mariupol City Council, and I would like to tell about Mariupol, its situation, its needs, and its future. Today is 106 days of this terrible war, the war that changed everything in my city, changed everything in Ukraine, in Europe, and in all the world, I mean civilized world. Before February 2004, Mariupol was well known like the fastest developing city in Ukraine, and it was well known by beautiful beaches, parks, squares, and healthy and wealthy citizens. But now Mariupol is well known like most destroyed city in Ukraine. It is well known like city with destroyed Azovstal territory, city with lack of life, and it is well known like city with brave and strong defenders from Marines and Azov Battalion. Just before the war in December 2021, we developed our new future strategy, and it was developed with the best Ukrainian experts and experts from France, Poland, and United States. And we were very happy to start its implementation. It was voted unanimously by our deputy, and we started to realize it, but everything was changed from the beginning of the war. I'd like to show some slides to share my screen. Do you see the slides? Colleagues, do you see the slides? Oh. Do you see the slides?
We hear you, and we see the slides.
Yeah. Okay. So Mariupol, its population before the war was more than 500,000 citizens. Today in the city we have only 150,000 citizens. More than 25,000 citizens were killed, unfortunately, against this war, and over 43,000 people are deported to Russia. So Mariupol looks like a destroyed and abandoned city with lack of life in general. We start to collect information about level of destroyments using all sources, I mean images, videos, satellite images, and we defined parts of our city which is with medium level of damage, with critical level of damage, and in general we see that Mariupol is damaged up to 95%, and it is destroyed up to 45%. For your understanding, for example, 1,300 many flat houses, condominiums is destroyed, 21,000 private houses is destroyed, and we have a lot of parts of our city with several hectares in territory which are totally destroyed. That's why we start to put it on map, and we start to think how will Mariupol will look in future after deblockading and after liberation from Russian occupants, because we believe it will surely happen until the end of this year. That's why we start to think about different parts of future city life, about how will our economy will looks like. Mariupol was very developed industrial city with big industrial economy, also with IT sphere, with educational sphere, medical sphere, and so on. So we think how will our economy will looks like. We start to think about new approaches in city planning, city building, in housing building, how to implement this vision that is well known in Europe, like economy of energy, like sufficient and well and good for pedestrians, using more climate neutral materials and so on. So we think about our history, we think about our memories, we start to think how should this war museum should like, or how to renovate our historical center, how to build our future business center. So these are the questions that we start to think, and we absolutely know that we need much help and support while thinking with this, while planning. That's why we communicate and build partnership with our European partners, with all friends and partners from Mariupol who can help us in the ideas, in the vision, with the pictures, how can Mariupol looks like in future. We work a lot with our partners, for example, in Poland, with the mayor of Warsaw, with the mayor of Gdansk, with our friends from Netherlands, from France, and we will be happy to have more partners in our partnership. Altogether, we talk with Oleg Drozdov and Rosquit team, and we think that it's a good platform to plan future innovation of Ukraine, to plan future innovation of Mariupol. We are absolutely sure that Mariupol will develop only in free Ukraine, and we are absolutely sure that after liberating of Mariupol, after the blockation of Mariupol, we will have a lot of work. And we will be happy that if work will be our joint work all together with you, with our partners. Thanks a lot.
Okay, perhaps you could turn back to, oh, we see you again after the slides. I mean, you were telling us about how 95% of the city is destroyed in some way. Perhaps you could tell us what situation you find yourself in, and your neighbors, and your friends and families and people from the city, and what's needed most right now.
Our citizens in Mariupol mostly need humanitarian evacuation. I am absolutely sure there is no any way, any possibility to help them inside the city. There's some stocks with food, with money. It's finished up with this 106 days of war, and at the moment, you should understand that in the very first day of the war, Russia destroyed any supplies, municipal communal services, I mean, water supply, sanitary system, natural gas supply, electricity, and there is still our citizens in temporarily occupied Mariupol still do not have any centralized electricity, water, sanitary system, natural gas supply. So they women wash their clothes on the streets by hands. Citizens prepare food on fire in their yards, on streets. So it's current life in Mariupol, how it's look like. And with lack of medical help, with starting epidemic possible of cholera and others, we absolutely sure that the only possible way is to provide humanitarian evacuation, this 150,000 citizens to Ukrainian controlled territory. And we are ready as Ukrainian administration to do this, but Russia totally blocks our efforts and providing humanitarian help. It's from one side. From other side, our displaced Mariupol citizens, our refugees from Mariupol, they need help all over Ukraine, and we start our project. We call it I Am Mariupol. We open these refugee support centers from Mariupol all over Ukraine. We just opened 4 of them in Kyiv, Dnipro, Vinnytsia, and Zaporizhia, and we plan to open more of them, at least 8 of them. And we very thankful for the help that goes from our partners, I mean, Save the Children, World Central Kitchen, DRC, and other partners. Thank a lot to them.
Thank you, Sergey. Where do you find yourself now? I mean, where are these shelters and your family? And what kind of projects have you been working on with Oleg or discussing for people who are displaced?
Yeah, me personally, I'm near Mariupol. I work in Zaporizhia, but my family is in safe place in Western Europe because it's not safe to live at the moment, even in Zaporizhia. The project that we work with our partners and discussed with Oleg, it's our vision of new Mariupol. We need to think a lot what will be the mission of future Mariupol, what will be the vision of Mariupol, because before we had a mission to build Mariupol as the like showcase of renovated new Donbass. And we think, so we, you know, we thought that this like Berlin Wall that was destroyed while joining Western and Eastern Germany. So we should build in Mariupol something like Western Berlin with the best level of life, with the best quality, with the happy citizens. And we made a lot. We were successful because before the war, 85% of our citizens were proud of being Ukrainian, were proud of being Mariupol citizens. And it's high results that we reached for last 5 years. That's why we have a lot of work finding and formulated new mission, new vision of Mariupol, and planning total rebuilding of Mariupol, its economy, its transport system, its roads, its medical services, communal services, school, kindergartens. We should build from the scratch, from zero level, new city, and we are ready.
Okay. Well, I want to bring Oleg in on that, since you've been having those conversations about, you know, looking ahead, if possible. It's so difficult right now.
Yeah, sure, but yeah, it's very big a mixture of everyday reaction because every Ukrainian scroll at news, and this is like a part of our lifestyle. Try to mix dream about peace and post-war progress and react to these very dramatic things which happen every day. Yeah. And we decide what we cannot just react to this dramatic news daily, and we start dreaming about. I think we have quite a lot of time to shape our dream, to understand what we are fighting for, what we're resisting for. And this is for us super important, and we realized that we have to do it together with our foreign partners. That's why our initiative, Rosquit, was combined. Could you, maybe also time.
What about the presentation?
Sure, we'll move to the presentation. Let me just ask you one question for Sergey and for you both. Perhaps you could say, you know, with everybody displaced, and you're talking about, you know, vision for the future, rebuilding, and these kinds of things, how are you keeping this network alive? How are you keeping these conversations going? I mean, this is part of what the new European Bauhaus is as well. But how are you staying in touch with everybody and keeping, you know, keeping these hopes going? Sergey.
So as to us, like legal Ukrainian administration, we keep in touch with all our Mariupol citizens. So first of all, we do it while meeting them in the first point where they evacuated from occupied territory, I mean Zaporizhia. So Zaporizhia is the first point where our citizens evacuated either by themselves or by some volunteers. We meet them We help them, we talk with them, and there is a separate program how to help them. But we know that in short time they leave Zaporizhia and try to find safe place in Ukraine. At the moment, about 200,000 Mariupol citizens are all over Ukraine and they need help. We communicate with them with this, our project, I'm Mariupol. So it's physical centers, big centers, beautiful centers with the philosophy of helping our refugees and displaced Mariupol citizens. So they feel themselves in this center like in Mariupol before. So they are, first of all, the staff of this center are also displaced people from Mariupol, and they share their histories, their way, their life in previous, their plans. They receive humanitarian help. We provide food boxes, we provide hygiene boxes, medical boxes. We make them legal help support, psychology help. The family doctors work in this center. There is a child room in this center and help with accommodation and future jobs. So they energize in this center and want to talk, to communicate, to help. And about 80%, about 90% of them are dreaming and waiting to return to Ukraine, Ukrainian Mariupol after liberation.
Okay, thank you, Sergei. Oleg, I believe you can tell us a bit more about some of the projects you've been doing that are actually to help people within these centers.
A few words about Rosquit. It was natural reaction to the what happened in Ukraine. And we'll have slides also?
Yes, I think.
Maybe, I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, and this is finally, we did this collaborative platform based on a Kharkiv School of, platform of Kharkiv School of Architecture. It's Urban Coalition, which set up quite a big community of experts worldwide, but mostly all of them somehow related with Ukraine, have previous experience to work or still involved in many, many projects. That's why this quite balanced cooperation there. We have half to half. But and all these participants have previous relations. That's why we work in very efficiency. If we're talking about which kind of challenges we will meet in post-war future, as well as some of the new challenges already came to our scene. It's first of all, we crossing some mental border, I understood, and become much more critical to our Soviet heritage and needs to transform that. And this is also not just from technical energy points, it's also this is social quality of environment. We feel what have to be transformed to the future, but also it's a big trauma and how to talk with the people, how to reshape built environment, which very much related with the human drama, and this is very, very important. And many new approaches already came to Ukraine. Some of the donors try to give some already made things, and some of them want to present, do a project of recovery as a present. But we are strongly believe just the one way it's strong cooperation. Then during this process of thinking, this is like a becoming studying by doing. This could be deep collaboration between different experts from abroad, and also unite many local experts. And this is our idea to combine people from different fields, from design research, and also to create by Rosquit a very, very deep academical cooperation. And once we will start our program from understanding who we are, what is our needs, what is the structure. I take this diagram from Lilith Bregger's research after post-war conflict, and we could see that what usually process of understanding of situation between media and political support, how it's from a big increasing goes down, but needs to support have absolutely different kind of diagram. And we will have this is a quite huge gap, and there's a capacity to recovery. There's a knowledge is good recovery. This gap, it's also limited, and this will be some kind of most difficult moment. And if we look at some our capacity level before war, it's serve current situation, but war open completely new challenges, and we will be not enough expertise inside of country, because some percentage will be immigrated, but also it will be enormous development of civic society, which now works defend and works as one of fantastic narrow grid, and this is becoming a new relation between a country and society. It's very big place for trust between government and society, and many things happen. And also there's a huge possibility to rethink all this policy and procedure for much deeply participation in a process of development. And also energy issue is super important. And what we are, if we're talking about our sequences, we first of all, there's a level we have to realize why, who we are, and how we could do that. And this is it's simple things, but also it's not very clean yet. What is our values for future, and what is our goals? And for peers, and one of the most important to us is to build a community which will be willing to redevelop country, and a very strong thing. Identity also was important, and methodology and education become most important, most relevant driver of that. And on top of that, we could create new policies, new lifestyle, new understanding of community. It's exactly what I want to point from what is our focus of our coalition and our professional, what is a level of discussion in our professional field. Thank you.
Well, let me come in on that, because you're talking about community and identity, and I know you've been speaking about collaborations with architects in other places. So I wanted to ask, what have you been speaking up with you, Ruth, and maybe Ruth, you could come in and say, where you see the potential for collaboration between Ukrainian architects and European architects, especially in this sort of crisis mode, but also potentially longer term.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will just pass by here. Yes, first of all, I'm really pleased and honored to be here sitting with these dear colleagues, which are really highly engaged in all these topics concerning the support and also the sign of solidarity towards not only our colleagues in the Ukraine, but also towards the citizens. And for the Architects Council of Europe, it was really important to state the solidarity as quick as possible. But it's not only about showing the solidarity, it's also about doing solidarity. And this doing is really not so easy. And I really admire the power of willingness of the Ukraine colleagues and also of the citizens in the Ukraine to, at this point and at this stage of war, to discuss the reconstruction of their country and their cities. And for us, as the Architects Council of Europe, I would not have dared to think about it 1 week after the war started, but the Ukraine colleagues underlined it. They gave the voice to this situation. Oleg was one of the first in this discussion. And yes, we have full admiration for this. And now the question you propose is, what are we doing? I think one of the most important let's say, things that we have to keep in mind during the aim of the reconstruction is really about a trust between the local government and the local citizens and the local architects. Oleg already mentioned it. I think that's really utmost important, because what should not happen in this situation is that Ukraine has been sold out, let's say, to put it to a point. And in our opinion, as the Architects Council of Europe, we really think that the new European Bauhaus initiative will give a powerful impact also for the citizens, because they need empowerment. They want really they have to know that it's their willingness how their country and their cities are going to look about it. And Sergei already really lively described what the people are living through, which trauma they are going through. So it's not only about architecture, it's not only about infrastructure, it's also about an idea of a social community, you know, how to live together, how they want to live together. It's about providing identity. It's about a sustainable, healthy living environment, and also vital communities. And this vital community cannot happen top down. It has to be bottom up. It has to be about co-creation. It has to be about really going towards a sustainable environment together. And the new European Bauhaus really points it out. It's about beautiful, it's about beauty, it's about inclusion, and it's about sustainability. But the big question is, what are these 3 points? Is sustainability only energy counting, or is sustainability also the cultural value, and not only the economical value, but also the social value? And I think these 2 points are often left beside. And in the Architects Council of Europe, we are really discussing this very thoroughly, and also with other colleagues in the European environment. Culture is a driving force if you rethink a country that is completely destroyed. And I think that we have to really, really keep in mind. And I have the fundamental impression of Sergei as a mayor of a city that has been destroyed to over 95%, with what an energy and what a positive perspective he is fighting together with other partners towards reconstruction. And reconstruction might also be the wrong wording, because it's not about reconstructing something that already exists. It's really about shaping identity for a future together. And we as Architects Council of Europe, we're doing different things. One point was the humanitarian approach. Well, we This was one point. The other point is that the Ukraine colleagues of the Architects Union are now our members. So we have the possibility to also then closely connect and discuss their topics in depth. And secondly, it's also the approach towards the policymakers. It's the approach towards Zelensky. It was an approach towards Ursula von der Leyen to really state new European Bauhaus has a power. And the third one is we are preparing a memorandum with emergency architects because between now and reconstruction, there will be a vital element where things have to happen, and emergency architects are the experts in this field, so we are also working together with them. And then the big topic, and Snezhka is going to speak about it, it's really about the heritage and how to really go through identity through the heritage, and how can you rebuild heritage when it's destroyed. It's really a big challenge.
Well, Snezhka, let's turn to you now so you can come in on that and, what role you really see for the institutions with which you have collaborated, and maybe a bit about your personal experience, because you've also from former Yugoslavia, so you've had some knowledge firsthand of some of the trauma that war can inflict.
No, thank you so much. I must say that after listening to Sergei and Oleg, it's difficult to speak because I feel very humble, and again, the admiration to see in the way the calmness and the sort of also the vision for the future that you are having as the wars goes on is just, you are really giving us a lesson to us all. When indeed yesterday, when I spoke with our colleagues from Kiev, Ihor Poshivalo, who is coordinating a Heritage Emergency Response Initiative, and we are working close with them, I told them, I will be speaking. The first panel at the New European Bauhaus Festival is dedicated to Ukraine. And he said, thank you, and tell them all that we are not here fighting and defending just for our territory. We are fighting for our soul, for our identity, for our memory, for our culture, which is part of the shared European culture, history, and heritage. So that means sort of being patriotic Ukrainian and patriotic European is two sides of the same coin. So thank you, New European Bauhaus Festival, for this statement and giving us the platform here together with our colleagues from Ukraine to say that all these principles, beauty, sustainability, inclusiveness of the NAB, it's all relevant for the help what we are giving now and for the recovery of Ukraine, because the war is all the negation of the NAB values. It's all we are fighting for the beauty, and this is ugliness of the culture of violence. And yeah, as you have recalled, I come from a country which doesn't exist anymore, Yugoslavia, and that it doesn't exist. It was teared down and destroyed by a very ugly, different type of war, but very ugly war. And my personal story is I come from Belgrade, but as it happens, destiny was that I found myself in The Hague when the Yugoslav army that at that time was composed of Serbs and Montenegrins. So in a sense, in my name, were bombing the World Heritage City of Dubrovnik. And I started working in Europa Nostra when the bombs were falling on Dubrovnik. And my first statement was this writing a resolution sort of condemning this destruction. And I thought it was science fiction. And in a sense now, and it explains my passion, why 30 years later I'm still here, and why I feel an extraordinary sort of compassion and solidarity with what is happening in Ukraine. It's, you know, my personal thing, but there are so many colleagues from the heritage world, European, international organization, that real time sort of got mobilized. You know, unprecedented times, there was a birth of an unprecedented mobilization. Please just show the slide. There is the first slide that I wanted to show to you. And as your organization, Ruth, we immediately made a statement condemning and saying, you know, heritage is in danger. Now, 100 days later, you know, this is just a few images. I wish these were the only ones. But we know now that they documented that about 300, at least 300 heritage sites have been damaged or totally destroyed in places affected by the war. And so they have been deliberately destroyed. Some people said, how do you know that it was deliberate? But I mean, do we really need a written proof? We know that this sort of annihilation also of cultural memory and identity of Ukrainian people is part of this, is the strategy of this brutal war. And this is something that we together with many heritage organizations, sort of local, national, European, international, we got with, I mean, you spoke about urban coalition. I think we are speaking about really a true civil society and professionals coalition for cultural heritage in Ukraine. And in very different ways, we are trying to be helpful. At the beginning, of course, and still now, there is a necessity for emergency help. And there again, it is impressive what Europe has done, what the European Union institutions have done, but also cities, various governments from Europe and various organizations providing the material necessary for emergency works, for evacuation of collections, because that's also, if the collections are also destroyed, if archives are also destroyed, then really the memory is annihilated, and then it's also very difficult to reconstruct. Because it is possible, though it's never the same, because reconstruction of destroyed cultural heritage sites, we have experienced, alas, in Europe enough after the many wars that we have witnessed in Europe. I mean, in the Second World War, Warsaw was Mariupol, was 90% of the city was destroyed. Today, not only the city was reconstructed, but also the heart, the historical heart was reconstructed according. So there is a lot of work has been done, what kind of standards and practices you can do in order to do it as much as possible with the respect of the authenticity as much as we can. In Yugoslavia, in former Yugoslavia, we know all the images of the bridge, the old bridge in Mostar. Again, it has been destroyed, but it has been reconstructed as much as possible with respect of traditional techniques and respect of cultural heritage. So that means that the sort of, now we have to help with the emergency help. And when I speak about emergency help, it's also helping people, helping our colleagues, helping the professionals working on the ground. They're not leaving the country because they're keeping their museum. They're keeping they're really the guardian, the defendants of these extraordinary sites that are important also for the morale of the people in the war. And we have done something symbolic. We raised, we launched the crowdfunding campaign. Perhaps you can show up. There we can see, together with our colleagues from the United States, Global Heritage Fund, and we raised 50,000 euro. And then Alif, very important foundation based in Geneva, came with a matching sum. So we have 100,000 euro, and we said, well, what are we going to use it? And then we decided to create a Heritage Solidarity Fellowship for Ukraine. It means that we will be giving to our fellows, professionals from who are on the ground, fellowship of 500 euro. But 500 euro for them in these terrible times is something which will keep them going, and they can continue defending the cultural heritage. So I very much hope we received 1,300 applications, and we can, with this money, we can help only 150. So I'm very much hoping and using this platform to call other foundations and perhaps even the European Union to help us with these small amounts of money. We can have this help for our colleagues now on the ground. But as you have been saying, and Sergei and Olev, now already we have to have the vision for the future. And what was fantastic to hear the forceful message of Ursula von der Leyen in the opening session when she was speaking from Rome, when she said, we will reconstruct Ukraine and we must do it, and we will do it together with our Ukrainian, the local population, with the Ukrainian people. And we add revival and reconstruction of cultural heritage sites must be also very much part of that grand design. And then she also added, it has to be done right, on the basis of the principle of the new European Bauhaus. So I wish that when the reconstruction of the Balkans was going on, that we had the new European Bauhaus. We didn't have it. And I can tell you, a lot of ugly things were done, and a lot of wrong things were done, and still are going on in a wrong way. So understanding that the values and the principles of this new European Bauhaus can inspire that this is done, that the tragedy that you've done, at least you will really live a renaissance. And we want to dream that with you, and we want, together with all our colleagues, to sort of be part of that European success story.
Well, that's a really inspiring sort of way in which to see it, and I do want to bring in Hubert on this because, after all that we've heard, he's been thinking a bit more about what role for the new European Bauhaus now, and I believe. Do you have a presentation?
Yes,
yes. So he's coming from Warsaw, where there's a huge community of Ukrainians now and already collaborating on these projects.
So not only Warsaw, the whole Poland.
Yeah.
And what is in title of my presentation, the standing with Ukraine is not only for the Ukraine, but also for the European Union and for the better and more peaceful world. That Ukraine is defending our values. But what is also important, that what is good for the Ukraine is good for the whole world, because if Ukraine wins, it will be the strong signal that there is no way of dealing with aggression. And what is also important to mention, that one day after the visit of Ursula von der Leyen in the Kyiv, in the everyday speech to the Ukrainians, the President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that the reconstruction of Ukraine should be based on the principle of beauty, sustainability, and inclusiveness. So I don't know if any other so high-ranked politician in the other country has said so. And it is also, as Ursula von der Leyen said, the importance. So it is also important that such politicians get on the train and go to Kyiv, the opposite way as the refugees who came to the neighboring countries. This is the photo from Chełm, one of the cities where the rescue trains were reaching Warsaw, and the city which is also the hub for segregating humanitarian help going from around Europe. And it was the city where the former supermarket Tesco was one of the reception center created. And here, I don't know if you hear in the middle, this woman in the long coat. This woman has shown me on her smartphone the photo of the destroyed house in which she rescued bombing in her bathroom. And those people came to this reception center, and there we have installed something which happens because of the new European Bauhaus. Shigeru Ban, Japanese architect, on the 2nd of March has sent an email that it is good to implement his system for the refugees, and on the 9th of March we have opened it in the refugee center in Chełm. Here you see in the middle Shigeru Ban with two refugee twins brothers and two volunteers in this center, and here is the group. The only person in the COVID mask is the mayor of the city of Chełm, the youngest mayor in Poland. On your left from him is Shigeru Ban, and also local volunteers and students from Poland. Me is also here, and also the volunteers from the other country. Here is the studentship, 23 years old, who planned the layout, and we have prepared by the matter proposed of Shigeru Ban the tubes, not only for this place, but also the tubes to be sent to the Ukraine. And here you see the big holes. And here in this box, it is box where originally were chocolate. I bought it in Kharkiv in 2018. Here is the coat of arms of Ukraine, and inside is the Ukraine anthem. And here are the remnants of drilling the holes. You can have it as a souvenir. And here, this guy drilling the holes, it is the Swedish helicopter pilot who has 1 month's duty and 1 month's break. And during this break, he came with French from the Swedish Protestant parish to help the refugees, and they were helping us to prepare this element. Then we have problems with fire authorities, so we have to, the city of Chełm has to replace the original curtains from donation to the fireproof ones. And then we have also did it in other places in Poland. It is the railway station in Wrocław, and we also have sent the material to Lviv, where Oleg and other friends have implemented it at, I don't know if more, but at least 16 places, 12 in Lviv, 2 in Umań, and 2 in Czerwonogród, where also the refugees were using this element. It was also implemented in Slovakia, thanks to contacts of Maria Benaszkova-Ryszkova, also for the new European Bauhaus high-level roundtable. And we have also in Poland developed how to make more advanced solutions. There are naps in the curtains, and also one firm which offers us a place, the proposed advanced method of drilling the holes. And also different contacts. For example, you see this guy on the left. He is Iranian who was living for many years in the Ukraine, in Odessa, and because of the escalation of war, he has to leave Ukraine. And I met him in a refugee camp, and he said, I'm waiting for a Canadian visa so I can help you. And he came also to drill the holes for the next part to be sent to Ukraine. We also made it in the next place. Here is the former school, when I was installing it with the refugees being in the place. So we have to modify it because these refugees did not want us to move their beds. And here you see there was one small classroom when there was only one family, and it was not supposed to be there, but this woman on the left photo has came to me and said, we would like to feel a bit at home, and we would like to divide the place where we eat. So please give us just one module. And here is also the interesting thing. It is the former school and former toilet transformed into the shower place you see. And this is the other project in the office tower. The developer has gave 1 floor, and the group, which is also part of the Bauhaus program of places of education, they have transformed 1 floor of the office building for the school, for the children who would like to continue Ukrainian program, not to join the Polish school. And that make me a reflection that one friend of mine has said that somebody from Western Europe has asked him what Central Eastern Europe what Western Europe can learn from Central Eastern Europe. He was not able to answer. I was not able to answer too. But after 1 week, I found the answer to be oriented on solving problems, not on avoiding them. Orientation on avoiding problems often means that people prefer to escalate existing problem than to risk appearing new problems, and this orientation of avoiding problems gave us Second World War and gave us this war. And Ursula von der Leyen seems to understand to open new ways. But we have also to change Europe, because one of the foundations of Europe is corruption. Bauhaus can do that. Ukraine should be as quickly as possible part of European Union, but such initiative as European Bauhaus and other initiatives should include Ukraine as equal member, and not also Ukraine, also Georgia and Moldova. They are on the same stage of preparation, so we should not wait if the war appears, but let their country to be part.
Hubert,
and also,
let me...
two last sentences. And also, what is important, that here you see the capitals of the European Union. And I think that it is the time that also one of capitals of European Union should be in the Ukraine. For example, Chernivtsi, it is the place which is much more multicultural than Strasbourg, that it will reflect that the European Union is not only the old core of it, but also the openness for the development, because now the Ukraine is where the heart of the European values.
Thank you, Hubert. I want to quickly sum up what we've heard, because I mean, we had great words from Snezhka about how Ukraine is really fighting for its soul, and we've heard different facets of that, and we've heard about fellowship programs, about concrete help for refugees, about ways in which we can sort of have a sense of hope by starting to think already now about envisioning some kind of future and rebuilding and collaboration with partners in Europe, architects, just the sheer mobilization and spirit of things. Sergei's still online. I'd like to kind of go around and have some last words from each of the speakers really briefly, because we're running out of time. But Sergei, from everything we've heard today,
thank you for doing such a great task, for such a great job. We feel support, we feel strong support from all European community. Unfortunately, the most needed at the moment is military help, but I think and hope that it will change soon, and we will build peaceful Ukraine all together with European community and society. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergei, and thanks for joining us from remotely. Oleg, do you want to sum up?
Yeah, I think one of the most important steps what we have to do, we have to improve our knowledges, and this one way for our education. And this have to be like a total type of this education, which goes for different, not just for academical institution, also from different initiative and voluntary work, and also it's time to educate for our decision makers, and this is education becoming like one of the most important front. I hope. Yeah.
I think it's a lovely thing to leave with, especially as that's a place of much collaboration. Snezhka, no, you wanted to say.
Few final messages to the European Union. We have always been with our colleagues fighting for 2% for culture within the European Union funds. So within the Future Trust Fund for Ukraine, 2% for culture in its widest sense. That's message number one. Message number two, following what you have been saying, indeed, history also, approaches to history in a holistic way, West and East, much more working on the reconstruction and reuniting the memory also in Europe, not just the markets, but also our culture and memory. For the colleagues from the new European Bauhaus, definitely involve now Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, but please also don't forget the Balkans, because also in Belgrade this afternoon there is a side event. They really badly need new European Bauhaus principles. last message, let's all of us support that Odessa is put on the World Heritage List in danger now, because there is an initiative and we can do it, and it's an additional way we can help. And last but not least, all of you who are in Brussels tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, we give you a rendezvous in the Town Hall of Brussels, Grand Place, with the Mayor of Brussels, European Movement International and Europa Nostra. Young Ukrainian musicians are giving a concert for peace and hope as part of the NEP.
Frederick, you have the last word, and we're...
Okay, it's about collaboration, it's about trust, it's about strengthening the quality of the built environment for the future. So it's about economic, environmental, social, and cultural, underlined, very much values that have to be implemented in the same way. And the future of the architecture and the urban development in the Ukraine will reflect the democratic values they are fighting for at the moment. And the European architects and all other colleagues, we are ready to provide support in order to achieve together a beautiful, sustainable, and inclusive future. And that's what we are here for.
Thank you. I want to thank all of our speakers for such a rich and emotional discussion today that also leaves us with a bit of hope and inspiration for the future. So thank you to each of you and Sergei, who is online, and thank you to our viewers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.